bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, money, print money, cash,
money, well,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money,
super chat
money.
They're salty as the sea, calling us no-code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Hello, everybody. Hello. And yes, Shady Duck, I do see I accidentally closed out of my multi-chat here. So just give me 1 second. I done messed up here. Okay, so there's Kick. There's Rumble. Okay. Let's get Twitch up in this biznatch. Okay, and there's Kick. Hold on, just turning on YouTube here. All right, there we go. Hold on, let's make sure we good there. Sorry, guys. I accidentally closed out of it literally like right before I hit this button. Okay. All right. So yes, we actually have a Shady Duck. You are not on my my chat thing because I accidentally closed out of it. But yes, I do see that. Shady Duck is the reason we were able to play some Hollow Knight last night. He basically was like, just put his dick down and was like, you know what? 4 games for nobody. And, let's see. I think I got Bloodstain. And he also gifted, obviously, Hollow Knight. God, fuck. What were the other two? Terraria. Fuck, I forget what the other one was. I'd have to look. I got 3 out of 4, Shady. I got 3 out of 4, okay? But as you can see, we're going to be talking about some stuff today. So some shit went down last night. And some more stuff is happening basically as we speak. And the whole world is freaking the fuck out right now. And I want to see everyone who is freaking the fuck out. And we're going to see what's going on with that. And before we start getting into everything right now, we got, let's see here. I forgot what I was going to say. Terry, I haven't heard of it for decades now. I saw a lot of people playing it back in the day, and I was like, hey, it was on sale. So I just put on my wish list. I didn't really think much of it. And then Shady Duck, like I said, put down his duck dick and was like, yo. And remember, if you're over on YouTube Shorts and you want, thank you so much, Man of Culture, for real. And if you're on YouTube Shorts right now, you can, I see that's where you're coming from. If you want to go over to because I'm multi-streaming, so I'm also on the horizontal. So if you want to switch over to that, that's on your own prerogative. Okay. Hey, Hungry Slug, what's up? So, obviously, we're just going to jump right into it, boys. So, I hope you guys like my background here. And if you guys want this extension. Here's what it does. It blocks this, so it's all blurred. So that's the free version. Everything else is monthly, yearly, 6-month subscription. Link is in the description down below if you are interested in that. All right, let's jump right into it. All right. So obviously we saw. Hello, Weeping Hero. I bet you he's excited. He's like, hey, for once you're streaming during a time I can actually watch. If you guys don't know, Weeping Hero, and he said this on stream, so I don't mind saying it, or else he's gonna cut my throat later. You know those Greek people; they'll slit your throat. In Minecraft. Okay. Yes, let's address. Okay, before we get into world politics and everyone freaking out online, Trump, Venezuela, all that kind of stuff. I guess we got to address Tectone over here. So if you guys don't know, I've been missing me. I've been missing me some Tectone streams. Okay, I've been missing me some Tectone videos of those streams, or as they call them, clips. All right, that's what they used to call them. But he's been taking a bit of a hiatus. Some can speculate. I have speculated. I think I have a good idea what it's all about. So I completely understand getting a lot of background stuff in order. I know he recently moved, and good for him. Recently got the doggo named Mango. But I wanted to assert some bullying, a little bit of peer pressure. So I said, and by the way, Tectone did like this when I posted it. I said that this will remain up as my background until Tectone starts streaming again. Your comment got censored. Let me take a look. 1 second. Let me see here. It's not showing up censored on my end. You know what? Let's just fix that right now. All right, Weeping Hero, you are now a mod. You've been one of my longest, longest followers out there. So yeah, you deserve it. You are now a mod of the channel. But anyway, so that's what's going on with Tectone here. His face is going to be the background of my X account during these live streams until he starts streaming again. and there's no ifs, ands, or buts on it. I know some of you on shorts can't really see that very well right now, but yeah, that's what's going on. Anyway, we're going to take a look at the press conference. I saw a little bit at the end of it watching Matt Morse's stream earlier this morning. So I only got the last 15 minutes of it, but let's take a look on the response. Sorry, I need to back up a little bit. So last night, essentially what happened was there was an assault on Venezuela for about 4 hours. And during that time, they were able to get the president of Venezuela and his wife into custody. And they're either already here in the United States. We're going to be looking into that in real time right now. We're either going to be I think they're probably already here. They're going to be charged in the Southern District of New York, which is actually fairly interesting. Trump has had a lot of negative experiences with the Southern District of New York. Right now, personally, I'm having a struggle session with someone at the Eastern District of New York, but we don't need to get into that. So here's what the president, and there's Pete Hegseth, and I believe Mark Rubio is here too. And I can't hear shit. What the hell? What's going on here? Hold on. So for
need to do.
oh, okay, it's just so 47. So it's just muted. So they were just muted for like a few seconds. Stormboard deceased.
Appreciate you being here.
So Weeping Hero, whenever you're gonna start seeing things in the chat. And I don't, and because I'm using a multi-chat, I cannot like go back and forth while I'm streaming right now. So if you ever see someone, yeah. So if you ever see someone and it's an okay remark, then just let it slide. I'm pretty sure that you know my streams by now. But Stoneboard deceased, I am very sorry. Let's see here. Hold on, let's take a look at you real quick. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing anything like on my end, but you know, for any of the mods out there, we'll take a look at that, okay?
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II.
Shit! Shit!
Hold on,
I
guys.
just got. Shit! I just got triggered.
I'm sorry, guys. I just gifted stuff and it automatically got that going. Sorry about that.
It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning,
I just got.
effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani.
I just got triggered.
The attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer.
And I believe Midnight Hammer was the one in Iran.
All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
A certain expertise? What? What? Like, did you have people on the ground, like, with the switch, or did you, like, hack them? Did you, what? Like, I have questions. It's impressive. It's impressive. But, yeah, Shady Duck, sorry about that. I accidentally closed out my multi-chat, so it's fixed now.
It was dark, and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice.
Okay, that makes me, like, look, guys. When it comes to Venezuela, I know very little in compared to other people. So the first thing that comes to mind is, what the fuck did his wife do? I mean, clearly, like any spouse would, like, they benefits from someone in power, but like, did they Did this person, like, did his wife do something specifically? We need to look that up later.
Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We're just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they.
Can you imagine how embarrassing it is as a country where, like, because remember, like, what was it, a few weeks ago, like, we had an initial assault. It was kind of a blip on the radar until now. Like, some people were kind of freaking out about it. I'm like, okay, I mean, they're doing something. I'm not quite sure, exactly what it was, but they knew we were freaking there. How embarrassing is it for your government and military to be like, hey, we see them. We should prepare. Yes. Okay, we're prepared. And then a few weeks later, we were not prepared. And Jesus Christ, dude, the guy, they took him alive. Both of them. I mean, I wonder how many Venezuela soldiers, lost their lives, but holy crap. Like, doing something like this in a matter of hours? And I made a post about this earlier on X, and I said, dude, these guys deserve, whatever squad was sent in the dead of night to capture Maduro, like, they need to be called the Dark Knights. Like, not like Batman, like, not with a K, but like with an N, like the Dark Knights, with an N.
They were in what's called a ready position, but they were.
Somali Learning Center says a Chinese envoy arrived at Venezuela capital last night as well as before this happened. Yeah, dude, I saw that. Can you imagine the balls like you'd have to be like, hey, while another government's leaders are there, let's strike now. So I think at a certain, it seems like that, I don't know if that was on purpose in regards to, this operation, but it might have been a little bit of a convenience there.
Completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see.
So what he's talking about, I forget what the room is called. I can't think of it off the top of my head. So it's the same room that Obama was in when Osama bin Laden, when SEAL Team 6 came in and got rid of Osama. So I'm guessing that there was cameras all over the place and a bunch of military leaders that were running the operation as well as the president. And it wouldn't surprise me if J.D. Vance wasn't there as well, or was there as well. So they were probably watching this in real time, just like with their fingers crossed, hoping that this would work out. And it looks like that it did.
Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people.
Yes, the situation room. Thank you.
But think of that. Not one piece of military equipment was lost. Not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats, you know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea.
I think it's like when I think about this, like this is like an actual statement. Like I mean, I imagine that this obviously this operation has probably been in the works for the last like few months, you know, give or take, especially since we started since Trump has been bombing the boats full of cocaine, some Tony Montana. But man, like if there was a moment to like show the world like how fast our military operates and how effectively it does, it's like, hey, we can come in and within a few hours, none of our soldiers' lives are taken. None of them, as far as we know, are injured. None of our equipment was destroyed. And we just took your leader. That's how effective we are. Like, this isn't just like this is a little different than the, you know, the Midnight Hammer, where we just came in, you know, dropped a few bombs on nuclear site. This was like an operation full of probably a few hundred to thousands of soldiers in direct correlation. Oh, dude. Could have called it Operation FAFO. Yes. That's perfect, Stormborn. That is perfect.
90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela.
97%? So 3% still came in? Huh.
We're going to run the...
I mean, that's still impressive, but I'm like, how did you run into that number of 3%? Did you, so you know that one, like, did it reach our shores and then you took care of it? Or, yeah, I don't know. I just have a few questions on that.
Country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And
all right. Not going to lie, guys. Look, Trump has stopped a few wars, like what, 8 of them, which is incredibly impressive. And yes, we're still involved in the Ukraine-Russia thing. But if you've been in the United States enough or been alive for the last, 24, 25 years, occupation really hasn't been our strong suit. So I'm hopeful, but very skeptical. But we'll get into that in regards to the response of the Venezuelan citizens, which I did a brief kind of cover over. I have a few tabs that are open. And so far, they seem happy that motherfucker's gone. So we will take a look and listen. And we're going to see how fantastic it was.
it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let...
He didn't solve Thailand. Okay, I'll take... Hey, you know what? Stopping 8 1/4 wars or whatever, still impressive. And the thing is, at the end of the day, governments will government, people will be people. People will hate each other. You can't control them. And it wouldn't surprise me that, Trump will like step back in and be like, hey, stop it. But if Thailand and I forget what that other country is, keeps going, I don't know. That's a wait and see one in regards to Thailand. I mean, hopefully they can figure their stuff out. I mean, it's not as big of a conflict as like right now the Russia Ukraine stuff, but let's keep going on what's going on in Venezuela with this operation.
That happened. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this.
Damn.
We're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
I'm really hoping, because if we're in fucking Venezuela for more than, I'll be like, I want to say 3 months, but I'll give a little grace and say 6. Holy shit. Like, I really do not want to be there. I don't want our troops there. I don't want our involvement there unless it's, economically beneficial for like 3 months. Get the new power in. Let's see how Venezuela updates. Obviously, our government's going to be taking a close look at them and seeing how they're doing. But holy shit, I don't want another Afghanistan. I don't want another Iraq. Please, dear God, I do not want it. Hungry Slug saying, fentanyl sounds like a really scary substance. Really feel bad for anyone who's going through stuff around those areas. Dude, it's bad. Like, when I was homeless, like around where I am, the big one is methamphetamine. But I've seen I saw some fentanyl stuff too, and it's bad. And I'm in a fairly small college town. Like, it's a university. Like, well, the world already knows. I could look me up. So I'm in Corvallis, where Oregon State University is. And, you think of a university and you think like, oh, it must be a big town. Like, no, it's actually a fairly small college town. Like, there's like, you'll be able to get to the other side of town in like 5 minutes, maybe 10, depending on traffic. Like, it's not that big, but you can, if you go to the bus station, like there's plenty of homeless people there. If you go to the parks, you'll see a few home encampments. Like, it's around, and fentanyl is definitely there. Like, there was a guy. No, that was a methamphetamine withdrawal. But there's this guy who was, I'm not going to say his name, but we'll call him Jack. This guy, Jack, I was in the bunk bed at the homeless shelter, and for, God, it was 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was one of the only like working homeless people there. And for like 4 fucking hours, he was like screaming and like calling for his mom. Like, it was sad, but I was like, dude, I got to get to fucking work tomorrow. So I think he was 86th for like 2 or 3 days, and then he came back. But I saw him a few weeks ago, and he looks like he's doing pretty well, actually. Like, he actually looks like he's off the shit. So, but yeah, I'd see. And my experience with fentanyl, the only experience I have is one of my friends. I used to work at a warehouse in like 2022, 2023, and my back was really hurting. So I had a coworker like actually have like a fentanyl patch. So I put that on my back. It was like very minimal. So it was just a patch I put on my back, and it helped a little bit. But that's my only experience. I've never like been addicted to this stuff. I've never done hard drugs. But well, I've tried, but I've never made a substance abuse in regards to like really hardcore shit like that.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a total bust for a long period of time.
See, this is where shit gets complicated. Because we're all seeing the signs. Oil, mismanaged government, corruption. We're occupying a country again. And I'm just like, I really hope that that this goes back and forth, that there is actual economic trade-offs for both countries, and most people are happy. Most. No one is ever happy, but I hope that there is a mutual benefit to all this. I do not, like I said before, I do not want to be there for 6 months plus. That's my limit. After 6 months, I'm going to be raising some shit.
They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger.
Yeah, Hungry Slug, in my area of Australia, there's a problem with ice/meth stuff. I've seen a few friends going downhill once they got hooked on the stuff. It's very, oh man. Yeah, it gets really bad. It's sad to see. And the thing is, like, what's really weird for me is that, like, there's like probably the family stuff that are going on in the background. Like, a lot of these people haven't seen their family in years and probably have seen them in horrible situations that they themselves put themselves through. And then I get off of work and then I go to the homeless shelter, and then I have to see it every day as well as the staff that was working there. So, like, and it's just a vicious cycle. And I'll tell you, at some point, like, and this is just me in my experience dealing with homelessness and mentally ill people that are homeless. Like, some people need help by force. And what I mean by that is that for the greater public, for their safety and for the public's safety. Like, I don't know, like there's this one guy. I remember I was at a bar like during the day, and while I was homeless, yes, I still like lived my life. And there's this guy, and he had like a bundle of big sticks, like a bundle of them, and he just started chucking them at people. So I was a homeless guy at a bar, sipping my beer, and I had to call the police on a homeless guy that was chucking sticks at people. And by the way, he was let out the next day. Like, next day or two. Like, they're just like, well, it's technically assault. There you go. Like, because the police have to, like, I know it's Oregon and I don't know all the laws, like, or like in regards to that, but can we not release them back into the public? And like, here's one of the other things, and you've seen this all across the country, is that they'll have court dates and like, okay, you're free to go, bond. It doesn't matter, like, because they're all like slight misdemeanors or like the very bare edge of assault. Like, no one was like truly hurt for it. They'll just let them out. And they're like, okay, come back, for your court date. And they just never frickin' show up. And they're just in the public over and over and over again. They're arrested over and over and over again until someone gets hurt. Anyway, sorry for my rambles on that.
Your attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do. Assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually.
So this was definitely like, hey, here's the warning. We got your leader. Buckle up. Get your shit together, or we're going to have to come in again. Like, talk about big stick. Soft words with a big stick.
This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with
Oh yeah. Like I said, I was watching the tail end of this, and I remember just thinking, dude, like Trump is a fairly, energetic guy, like all the time. Like, he'll do like 3 rallies in one day. Looks like he's like just going. This dude has probably been up. I mean, look, he's very, springy, but he's still like in his 80s. So he's probably been up all freaking night.
lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over.
They do get into that. They do get into
They
that.
cut the fingers off people if they call police.
Vaguely, but they do.
They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago, a little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington,
Really?
D.C.
I'll take a look at that.
So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that, and it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost. The governor of Louisiana called 2.5 weeks. person. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help.
Thank you, Lightfair,
We
for
also helped,
subscribing.
as you know, in
Awesome.
Chicago,
Thank you.
when crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was
What
a
the
disaster.
frick?
The mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime.
Who's
But we're
subscribing?
pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be right.
Well, hold on, guys. I have no idea where this is coming from, so just give me a second. Huh? Where's this coming from? What the? Hold on, guys. I'm a little confused. What the? Okay, I have no idea what's going on. What the hell? What is what the hell? Yeah, I think a bot is attacking us, dude. Oh my god. Hold on, let me check my shit, guys. Give me one sec. Well, it's not on my YouTube. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Something's up. Sorry for the delay, guys. Let's see here. Kick? Like, I'm going through all my chats, and I'm not seeing where all these subscribers are coming from. Oh! Ah, god damn it. Okay, that's what's going on. It's Smash JT. Sorry, for some reason Kick changed their stuff so that the subscribes don't come in the chat anymore. Oh man, dude. Dude, you had me so concerned. God damn it. Smash JT coming in with what did he do? He just gifted 25 subs to Kick. What the hell? Dude, we need a holy crap.
Shit!
Holy crap.
Shit!
Holy Jesus. Well, yeah, that's the thing with, for some reason, my multi-chat on it, or it says Kick itself. It's like it's not showing it. Look, you can even see in my chat. It's supposed to show up in my chat, but it's not showing in my chat. So I need to figure that out. But of course, we need to do something. We need to do something. Wreck my stream anytime, Smash. Holy shit balls. Well, looks like been a while since the pink mask has come out. We have hit the $50, I believe, wait a minute, hold on. Wait. 1 second. Holy shit. We even passed, dude, we're already in tier 2. Just because of that. God damn it. That means I have to put a different mask on. Okay. Well, guys.
Ah, shit! I just got
The
triggered.
throne is mine.
Oh, I see. Someone wants to be the stream boss again, and he's taking advantage of how low it is. I see how it is, Proctophile. But right now, I gotta switch. God damn it. It takes so long to get that on. We gotta switch to a new mask, the Graybeard mask. All right, here we go, guys. For tier... well, wait. No. Wait, hold on. What is it again? Oh, no, it's the Yes Daddy mask. Ah, shit. God damn it. I have to put on the Yes Daddy mask. All right. Here you go. Here you go, Smash. You deserve it.
That had absolutely nothing to do with sports, and they said, look, you can't have this opinion. It's
Ah, shit!
Yeah, Smash broke the stream. Well, God, this is not my favorite mask, too. Like, because I like the... Oh, wait. Shit. Ah, God damn it. There we go. Because I don't like it when it's just, like, the mask and my mouth. I'm not the biggest fan of it, okay? I'm not. But because we reached tier 2 and the Yes Daddy mask, then that means I have to do the equivalent of the moan that Smash JT does, except I have to do something different. And it's very ironic because chat, when we decided to get this mask, is because of the meme that you're my dad. Here we go. Get your clips ready, all right? Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. That just went out on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Rumble. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. God damn it. Looks more like I'm robbing a bank. Yeah. Well, hopefully, with the... Oh, hey, we got someone in Twitch. Sylv. I call him Sylv. But Jesus Christ, Smash. Oh, you're so close, Proctophile. You're so close. 1 HP left. No, there are rules. There are rules, Sylv. There are rules. Okay. God damn it. All right. I can't wait to cut this out of the video. Oh, and by the way, guys, go to Nobody Got Clipped, because all my streaming clips are gonna be there.
Ah, shit! I just got
Dang
triggered.
it, bye boss. Just go down, haha.
God damn it. All right, Proctophile is now the new stream boss. You know, I spent like a month and a half, 2 months on this goddamn Chrome extension. And then I come back to do commentary. I choose a completely new time. So it's going to be around noon on Thursday, Fridays, Saturdays. I know I didn't stream the last 2 days. There were things that came up. But that's what the plan is going to be from now on. And then maybe like I'm hoping to stream actually for a long time. Like not like 2 hours, 3 hours. Like I'm aiming for 6 hours. So I can just put all those clips in my Nobody Got Clipped. Hold on. You know, I should probably, you know, have that link ready. You know, that'd be the most responsible thing to do as a content creator. Except nothing's loading for me. Whatever. Just search Nobody Got Clipped on YouTube. And that's where I'm going to be putting my stream clips from now on. Just sent it out to everybody. Okay. Oh, God. This is Nobody history in them making. Yeah, you better feel bad, Smash. It's so bad. Oh, by the way, Smash, thank you for seeing the video on the literal, like, feature that I've been trying to get you to turn on for, like, 3 weeks on my DM Guardian Chrome extension. By the way, description, in the description down below, by the way. Oh, God. All right. All right. So, wait. I don't even know where we're at. All right, so wait. If that, so those 25 gift subs, that was $125. Wait. Plus 39. We're at tier 3. So I get to change masks. Thank you, Proctophile. Yeah. You guys thought I was going to be wearing this the entire time? Thank you, Proctophile. You wanted the stream bot so badly. Now we get to switch masks. Which means we have to play a whole different clip.
Yo, this is Recap Raps. Get your bros together, because we're about to do the Lord of the Rings trilogy right now. Get ready. Here we go. Check this long postcard for a country that's more New Zealand than sheep playing rugby. It's an epic from Tolkien's pages, an awesome tale of bromance for the ages. In the Shire, it's a pleasant place with meadows and trees and flowers and scary face. Run from the Nazgul and run into Strider, who's actually Aragorn and loves Liv Tyler. Take it up to Rivendell, where they meet Agent Smith. My soul, my bow, my axe, Fellowship, Moria, Cave Trolls, holy shit, Balrog. You shall not pass. Later, Gandalf, visit with Galadriel, where everybody's safe. Visions in the water and even more scary face. Meanwhile, Saruman just kinda chills, and of course, Sean Bean goes and gets himself killed. Power Trio leaves to throw down. Frodo saves Sam so he won't drown. That's what these movies are all about. Just a bunch of bros just broing out. Lord of the Rings, it is all about bros, helping bros. Tell your bros, come and sing. They will not be opposed, they're your bros. The Fellowship is hella broke. Frodo and Sam on a lonely road until they meet a new bro with a split perspective. He wants the help, but he wants the precious. March through the forest in a flash of light. Is it Saruman? No, it's freaking Gandalf the White. In Rohan, Wormtail's up to something. Kick his ass, free King Benjamin Button. Gotta lead the city so they don't get slaughtered. Play Aragorn, puts the Theoden stutter. Holy shit, orcs on orcs attack, and then Aragorn dies. Take Aragorn's back. Pippin and Merry are also there too, broing out in the forest with blood. Back to Helm's Deep, where soldiers get rattled. Uruk-hai march, crying out for a battle. Arrows fly, kill counts, rain keeps pouring down. Orcs ran the door, no one's safe or sound till they turn around. Gandalf's back in town, cause bros don't ever let a bro down. Lord of the Rings, it is bros being bros, helping bros. Girls are welcome too. Well, of course they are bros for all bros. Fellowship bros head to Isengard. Saruman trolls, but he dies hard. Faramir wounded and his father in turn lights a pyre, catches fire, takes a dive, sink, burn. Pelennor fields fighting orcs and the Witch King. Legolas and Gimli keep their friendly competition. Get a clutch assist from Ghost Hunt and Aragorn. I am no man. They have victory at Pelennor. Smeagol leads the hobbits to a spider. Whoa. Frodo Rapid Sam becomes a fighter. Bro cuts it with Sting and the Frodo gets taken, but nobody's safe while Rudy's rampaging. Mount Doom almost there. Frodo gets pooped. What's Sam gonna do? I can carry you. Surprise, bitches. Fight digit tables almost turned. Gollum and the ring and the lava sick burn. Mordor goes tits up. Sauron collapses. Giant eagle save. Really? Time elapses. Frodo wakes up. Bro scream and shout. Bouncing on the bed, just broing out. But we're not done yet. Aragorn's king now. Liv Tyler's fine. They immediately make out. Bro hugs all around. Hobbits don't bow down. Ended on a zoom out. How you like your bros now? Oh, we're back back in the Shire. Hobbits drink away the events that transpired. Sam meets a girl and they quickly have a wedding. Flowers and smiles, that's gotta be the ending. Guess not, back in Frodo's nook. Suppose he needs to wrap up writing the book, and that's gotta be it. Hold on, no. Frodo's gotta leave again on a boat, and that's the end. Wait, we're back in the Shire? Sam's got a family. Cool, man, I'm tired. Close up on a big-ass yellow door, and... oh, thank God. That was the Lord of the Rings trilogy, y'all. This is Recap Raps. Leave a comment letting us know what you want to see next, and we'll see you next time. Eagle!
What's up, guys? Thanks for watching. If you like this, click the box on the left to see a playlist of all our other recap raps.
Oh, God damn it. Dude. There's so much I now have to cut out of this for the video. So, as you guys can probably tell, I don't have the Gandalf beard. And I'll show you why. Where is it? Where is it? I just had it. Oh. So, it's basically in hold on. It's basically in rags now, so I can't tie it. Like, I can't even find the mouth. So, lesson learned when getting a new mask. But, you know what? I still have my filter here, so we'll have that. We'll have that be the thing right now. A skull face. But here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. We'll have the bear with me. All right. Ted body or bear body, I don't know, but he'll be with me for the rest of the stream. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's actually get back to the content. Jesus Christ. So, hold on. We'll do this. We'll do this. Just so I can keep track a little better. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Okay. And then react. And then we'll have that there. Oh, God damn it. Does not adjust very well. Hold on. Let's just make... Give me 1 second, guys. Stream boss. Okay, make this a little smaller. There we go. And then right here. God, why does it do this? Okay, whatever. All right. All right, we are back. You mean me losing my mind? Yeah, I guess that's good content, but it won't be good for a video. God. Yeah, I would say it is a badass skull mask. I can actually do a few other things here too. Save. Yep, damn it. Okay, that didn't work. There we go. I could also do this. Have some Goku hair. And I was hoping to, because I took so much time off of streaming, I was hoping by Christmas that I would be able to give out some games and do this. Oh, God. Okay, but we'll stick with the skull. I don't like having my face on stream. Just a personal preference. As much as gone down since then, but anyway. All right. Let's continue with the shit show.
writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't.
Would have lost Los Angeles? I'm not quite sure if I agree on that, but I mean, sending ICE in there, I mean, just kind of had to be done either way. Needs to be done throughout the entire country, especially Minnesota right now, Mr. President. But give you a little leeway here since you clearly have been busy.
Need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us to call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that...
I mean, I will say on that, I actually looked this up a little bit. It was like 2 weeks ago. I mean, other than the incident with the National Guard soldiers and that Muslim dude, because I would consider that like a political, like domestic terrorist attack. I wouldn't consider that like, because Washington, D.C., they had a homeless problem. They had some drug problems. They just went in there, cleaned it up. We're out. So, I mean, if they maintain that and if that's the only blench on it, that's pretty good because they were dealing with kind of more local issues in that regard, it seems. And I'm trying not to brown nose Trump here. Because either way, at the end of the day, he is a politician. I'll trust the actions when I see them. But at the end of the day, he's a politician. If he does, I do not consider myself a Republican or a Democrat. I would consider myself an independent. By the way, I do suggest people do that. I know that, you know, in a lot of states, like you can't vote in primaries. But I'll tell you one thing that I still need to register, but I've been so fucking lazy at it. I don't want to go down to, you know, the DMV or the post office. I just don't. But like once you kind of relabel yourself in the sense where it's like, hey, it's just me and not an affiliation with the party, it's pretty freeing. I will say that. It's pretty freeing. Because right now, a lot of what Trump does, I align with. If he does something that I do not align with, then I'm going to call that out. So right now, majority of the stuff he's doing, I agree with. I still want him to do more shit. I'm going to hold all of their feet to the fire. Get into Minnesota. Get the Somalis out. I do not give a shit anymore. Denaturalize them. Get Ilhan Omar out. Do it all. I do not give a shit anymore.
They sent, raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned. Aragua.
Can this camera guy just keep the fucking camera straight? He's right online. Why do you have to look at Pete? Pete, like why? Do you have to pay to register to vote? No, I don't believe so.
And they were sent by
See you, Smash.
Maduro.
Thank you for stopping by, man.
People,
Always appreciate
and now
it.
Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher.
The thing is, like, and look, maybe I'm just a little ignorant on this part of the news, but I mean, that's what's been said. Like that they've been purposely just sending them over here. But I can imagine just individuals in gangs just doing that. What I would really like to see is just concrete, like written down, voice calls, emails, DMs on Signal or some shit like that. Just showing like, hey, these countries were purposely doing this. Like, that's what I want to see. It wouldn't surprise me if that was going on, but that's exactly what I would like to see. I want to see just full stop. Like, hey, this is exactly what's going on. Like, we were doing this on purpose. We were trying to undermine the American people, the American government by sending in all the worst people in the world, trying to get our citizens hooked on drugs so that we could destabilize the United States. That's what I want to see. Do I believe it? I'm at 70%. I have 70% that that's what's going on. That's where I'm at.
A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States. But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil.
I think he makes a pretty decent point there, because I know that we say America first, and honestly, like, a majority of our interests should be America first. Obviously, we need to deal with trade and, pay attention to conflicts, see if those could be mitigated. But he makes a good point where a majority of our problems are in the Western Hemisphere, or where a lot of our concerns should lie. Because right now, until recently, I really didn't care about, or care to look into South America whatsoever. I mean, we got Argentina and their election with their president, like, just slashing the government, left, right, and center. Oh, hey, King of the Monsters. How you doing, man? But yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if we have a lot more people coming in, or a lot more focus on Western Hemisphere issues than we do on all the Eastern stuff. I know, I mean, obviously we need to pay attention to Russia because they're right there, but I would really hope that, like, our European interests, like, just go down because they're dicks over there, especially with the European Union.
Industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't
What's the
forget
Monroe
about
Doctrine?
it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
Okay, the Monroe Doctrine, declared by President James Monroe in 1823, was a cornerstone U.S. foreign policy opposing European colonialism in the Americas, saying the Western Hemisphere is closed to future colonization and intervention. While the U.S. wouldn't meddle in European affairs, established separate spheres of influence and promoting American security by viewing any new European interference as hostile, its core functions included asserting American hemispheric dominance, preventing European recolonization of newly independent Latin American nations. So is he saying that Europe is involved in this, or is he kind of putting this broadly when in regards to like China and Russia? I don't know. I don't know the specifics on that, but I don't know. Something to look into.
So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels. And we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever.
I mean, there's one thing that's undeniable. He put his money where his mouth is. He's like, hey, you're not going to fuck with America anymore. Dick down. Jesus. And like I said, these are big dick moves. This is telling the entire world, we are not afraid to go after you if you continue to try to infiltrate our country with drugs and other forms of outside interests. I mean, hey. Hell of a statement. Because it's like, hey, this is 4 hours. What do you think we could do in 2 days? What do you think we'll do in 1 week? We ain't fucking around anymore.
To defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied.
So essentially he's saying, hey, these economic sanctions that we have, even though we are occupying or somewhat occupying the country, they still will remain in full effect until your government gets in line what we're doing, and then we'll let go. That's at least what he's saying. Whether that'll happen or not is a whole different ball game. But again, I am optimistic. I want, like I said before, I don't want us there for more than 3 months. That's what I want. I will give him 6. But if we go past 6, like I said, I'm gonna lose my shit. I do not want to be occupying another goddamn country.
All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them.
Oh, damn.
If they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, it's straight Pete, not gay Pete. I'm sorry, that just came to my mind.
Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no
I
other
think he's absolutely correct, too.
has ever shown this
It's
kind of
absolutely
leadership,
correct.
courage, and resolve. The most
How can someone what military in the world can come in, abduct, an unelected leader of a country, have no casualties, at least on the side that's invading, and then just peace out? What the hell?
powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump...
Oh, he said the thing. He said the thing. He didn't say the full thing, but he did say the thing.
...is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance.
So as far as I know, like I said, my research on this is very little. But as far as I know, essentially, the United States and businesses in the United States throughout, trade agreements, business deals, all that jazz, we have oil refineries there that were basically just taken over, nothing being done with them, and we weren't allowed to use them, which essentially stopped production in Venezuela, which actually could have been very profitable for them. So essentially, I guess one of the reasons that we came in outside the drug cartels, looks like we had a multitude of reasons to go into the region and be like, okay, you still have our stuff and you're not doing anything with it, we're going to take it back. And, oh, your government's corrupt as shit anyways. So we're going to try and give that back to the people as well. Oh, and also you're sending all your worst people to the United States, getting our people hooked on drugs. You're going to stop doing that now. Like, I mean, before we do all that, we're going to give you some warnings. We're going to blow up all the boats that you're trying to send over here. You've lost millions upon millions and millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in drugs. Can you please stop? Can you please stop? Okay, never mind. We're just going to come in.
The Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
ExxonMobil.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have
So we
honed
sent
the skills
everybody.
of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah. Like, like I've never been in the military. I do have family members that have been in the military. But again, I'm just going to go back to it where I cannot believe that within a matter of hours, we're able to extract. Let's be honest. Maduro should have been guarded up to the T during this. I mean, we were already like kind of wrecking some shit up before this happened recently. But where were all the soldiers guarding him? Where were his bodyguards? Where were all their defenses? Like, huh. For some reason, I was hearing something. Is U.S. Military service? No, it's not mandatory, but we do have a draft. We haven't used it since the 60s, essentially since the Vietnam War. And hopefully, with the Trump administration, there's already been an uptick in people enrolling into the military service. And as long as people, good men and women, continue to enroll, then we shouldn't have to have the draft anytime soon. And I think I'm already past the age where the draft would affect me. Oh, you served in Greece? Well, hey, thank you for your service in Greece. Any form of military service, doesn't matter what country, even if you're on the bad end of things, you know, you're serving your country. And I'm not saying Greece is bad. I was kind of more so referring to like North Korea. But yeah, good on you, man. Good on you. In the chat, tell us how long you served for.
Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component in launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Like in Israel, I believe it's 2 years of mandatory service when you turn 18. So I bet it still sucked, but man, 9 months. That's a deal considering other countries. But hey, glad you got out. Glad you're in university. Hopefully we'll see you here in the States soon, buddy.
Joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today...
Hold on. In Norway, if you have any allergies, you don't need to enter military service. What? What? Huh? Yeah, there's no way that would be able to fly in the United States because we have so many different environments over here. I mean, it would have to be a major like allergy thing in order for you not to participate. And yeah, King of the Monsters, yeah. Basic training is really hard. I mean, obviously it's not, SEAL Team 6, but basic training does like give a reality check to the people that enlist, the wannabes. Like they strip them down and they train them, be like, no, this is what's going to be expected of you. And if you do not comply, then you do not get to stay in the military and reap from its benefits.
Weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters,
the fuck?
intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands.
Some random white guy. I'm just a little curious here. Are you talking about like United States military force or? Okay, because numbers must go up. Are you talking about other countries? Because United States basic training is pretty intense. At least from what I recollect from my friends telling me and my family members. King of the Monsters comes in. I could tell you from my service in the US and my time out is you have good people and shit people everywhere. Yeah. Just like when you look at cops, just like when you go to the DMV, like you're always going to get good people that go through and bad people that go through. And kind of what the hope is, at least in our basic military and King of the Monsters, you could probably attest to this, is that, you know, basic training does at least do a decent job of like breaking people down so that people at least get with the program, even if they're shittards.
Of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to...
Dude, these guys just went all out. You know, one thing that I will say about, like, because hey, there's a direct comparison, okay? Like, we cannot deny it. We're looking at, like, Afghanistan, Iraq. I think that our government at the time, back in the early 2000s, really did not understand the regions, didn't understand all the different tribes, didn't understand all the communication stuff. Basically, it sounds like that we went in blind back in the early 2000s in regards to Iraq and Afghanistan. But at least there's evidence here. I mean, we got the fucker out, right? At least from what it shows here, they were a lot more prepared this time. Like, they were a lot more prepared. So that's one thing that oh man, that's a bad freeze frame on President Trump right there. I know you can't see him with the, hold on, let me, chat overlay. Yeah, sorry, Mr. President, bad freeze frame. I'll cover that up for you.
Ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire.
I'm still curious, like what is the wife being indicted for? You know, Maduro's wife? Like what? I'm so curious. We'll look that up in a bit, but after this is done, but like what did she do? Like, I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious.
There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board, and both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong.
Yeah. Some random bike guy. Yeah, I know. I'm not grabbing the U.S. just proving that there's still people where they shouldn't be. Oh yeah, dude. You know that guy from high school? There's two different okay. You know, there's two. You know those douchebags in high school that go into the military and then they come out like just a better person, and then there's those douchebags that go into the military and they like become worse. You know, but I would like to think that a majority of our service members in the United States military, more so than not, come out better people. Like there's this one guy. Oh man, I hated this dude. Such a douchebag in high school. I'm not joking. Like complete and utter douchebag. And I saw him at a bar. God, this was a long time ago, like back in 2016. So, I mean, it'd been like 8 years since I graduated high school, and he was a senior when I was a sophomore, so he was just a few years older than me. And I saw him like, hey. And it like he put in this front, like he was kind of like a douchebag for 5 seconds. He's like, come on, we're good now. He's like, I'm like, all right. And he was an awesome dude. Really transformed his life.
Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time.
We'll look into it. We'll look into it.
Of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region.
Okay. That was one of the questions that I had. Like, how much a presence is there right now? So apparently there is enough of a presence in Venezuela where we're ready to fuck shit up. Oh, fuck you, King of the Monsters. God damn it. Nobody was hitting on his high school bully at a gay bar. No, it was not a gay bar. Okay? It was not a gay bar. It was called Starlight, but it was not a gay bar, okay? No, wait. It wasn't called no. No, what was it called? John Henry's, I think? Man, it's been so long. I haven't lived there in God since 2020. So I have forgotten so much about the town I used to live in.
This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr.
I hate all of you so much. I hate all of you so much.
Well, I don't have much to add to what
Like
you've
and
heard now,
subscribe.
other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world.
So, as I was doing like some basic research on this will come back up for us, okay? This will come back up. Yeah. I love you too, bro.
He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And,
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
Well, I don't want to even guess how many millions of dollars went into this operation because it was probably over 50 million. But
Ah,
We
Hey.
love you too,
shit!
buddy.
I just got triggered.
what the hell? God damn it. Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from? It's not there. Did someone just subscribe or what? I don't know. I'll take a look here in a sec.
Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple
it was a
very,
membership.
very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around.
Wait, hold on. For how long? Sorry, I have to kind of dual stuff. For 5 months, Proctophile has been a member of this channel, even during the months where I hadn't been making barely any content. Dude, thank you so much, man. I actually want to hit you up on one of the projects I'm working on. It's not quite ready yet, mainly because I am shit at looking shit up on Instagram. But I'll hit you up when I'm ready for that, okay?
And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take this.
If that is true, why isn't Tampon Tim in cuffs yet? Hey, maybe it's a delayed thing. Maybe they're getting all their evidence together, but bro, that better be next on the fucking agenda, dude.
This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now,
Wait. Are you saying
I'm a big boy.
you're saying that he was trying to?
I'm a big boy.
I don't know, but because what I think is that I think I'm
a big boy.
He's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people.
Okay, look, Shield Maiden, probably not. You're right, probably not. I'm going to hope for it. One thing that I hope that will be done with the whole Minnesota thing is that massive denaturalization and massive deportations happen. If that happens at the end of it and Tim Walz gets to fucking, go off into the sunset, I won't be happy about it. But if we can get what? How many Somalians are over there in Minnesota right now? Over 80,000, maybe up to 100,000? Get them out. Get them out. I don't care. Get them the fuck out.
To pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that
it's what I want. I think that's what a lot of people want right now.
I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba, Mr. President?
Please. Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and
So what she asks is, who's in power right now?
we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly.
Oh. Okay, so the oil companies are going to be paying for that. Okay. I mean, if that's true, okay. Okay. Let's see. Shield Maiden. He is, however, a moron. We can hope he made a mistake that will get him into trouble. That's a possibility. Yeah, and I also don't know what kind of immunities there are for being a governor of a state. And for all we know, this could have been complete incompetence. Like, for all we know, because it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was, at least on Tim Walz's level. But in regards to him being arrested, I don't know. I honestly, I hope so. I mean, if something came from him directly from his office down all the way to these daycare centers and healthcare providers and home health, man, I really hope 108 Somalis, 108K. Okay. 108 Somalis. Okay.
They will.
You know what okay. You want to know something? What kind of baffles me? At this point, like if you're Somali and you kind of knew what was going on, but you weren't involved in it, now is the time to tattletale. Now is the fucking time. Do you want to be an American? You want to stay here? Fucking tattletale. I don't give a shit. Like, have some self-preservation. If you don't want to go back to Somalia, tattletale. Be a rat. Do it.
Be reimbursed for what they're doing, but
Hold on. If it was incompetence, then I'll donate both testicles to science, or one to science and the other to Boo Boo. It's on record, people. King of the Monsters will donate both of his testicles to science. Now, you're not being very specific, King of the Monsters. Hold on, you're not being very specific here. Are you talking about life or post-life? You're not being very specific there. I think afterlife, I think you have no qualms of what happens to your testes, okay? I mean, while you're alive. Like, are we looking at complete castration? Going the rest of your life, no kids? Nothing?
that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. we're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Forced out. I wonder who he means by that.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level.
You've seen it.
We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost.
Hey, can someone look up if there's any, how many lives were lost in the Venezuelan side of things? Because apparently we didn't lose any lives on our side. So I'm just curious. A
lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
Dude, the former president wasn't even there mentally. We still don't know who was running the government for the last 4 years in the Biden administration. As far as we know, an auto pen does. But I want to know who was controlling that auto pen. I hope we get to the bottom of that soon. I don't think we will with what we have in Congress right now, but hopefully we'll get there.
So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official
Yes,
to coordinate?
it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country.
I hope when he means that, like, they'll be running it, like. I know they're looking at Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio. Like, dude, those guys are way too busy to be focused on running a goddamn country that has no leadership. I hope they have good people under them that are going to be doing that. I'm sorry, but and maybe this is the top priority for the president, so maybe that is going to be the case. But we have other shit to deal with. I mean, if they're going to be taking charge a little bit, it sounds like a lot, until, you know, maybe some sort of democratic process can happen, or maybe put in the guy from the last election that apparently should have won. Jean comes in, says death toll was about 80 on the Venezuelan side. But that's I'm guessing those are early numbers. We probably won't get that, but if it's only 80. I mean, obviously, like, any life lost is a tragedy, but I mean, but with a military operation like this, only 80? That's pretty impressive.
A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then
hold on one sec, guys. I'm going to reload my my broadcaster real quick. 1 second. Okay.
And you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories.
Wait, hold on.
Well, I understand she was just sworn in, but she was.
Sorry,
as you
we
know,
were a little
picked by
distracted for a second.
For people
I
in
was.
our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
In our country, that was forced out
Maduro
of
would
Venezuela.
be-
Okay.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Okay, so is he saying that he's going to be watching his ass on several different fronts and not just the United States government? Okay. If a woman ever said that to me, I think I'd shit myself out of fear. Wait, what did? My patients are decomposed. I don't mind switching up to living people. Oh God. And then King of the Monsters follows up with, if a woman ever said that to me, I think I'd shit myself out of fear. I think if anybody would say that to anybody. Wow. Okay. Don't fuck with Greek people, man. Like, a weeping hero will make you weep in fear.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night.
I don't think he was implying that you were a woman. I think he was saying just in general, weeping hero.
We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong whatsoever. Yeah. I think if one thing we have learned, at least in the past year so far, yeah, they tend to leak shit.
This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We went there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
People to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
He made it to the door, and it was.
Go ahead, finish.
Wait, is that how tight this was? Like, he was at the steel door where we wouldn't have been able to get to him. We just would have been outside of a steel door. I would like to know a little bit more information on that. I'd like to know a little bit more. So hopefully we'll be hearing some more things in the coming days, probably weeks. But, oh, shit. Breaking news. Maduro has landed in New York now. Okay. So it looks like they didn't do a layover in Florida. They just went straight to New York.
Ah, shit! I just got
Heading
triggered.
out, have a good stream, Mong. Hail everyone. Call me hand emoji.
All right, thank you so much, King of the Monsters. Let's give you a little something for that. Thank you so much, King of the Monsters. You have a fantastic day or evening. No, wait, day. You have a fantastic day. You want boo-boo? God damn it. All right, I'll get you boo-boo. The thorn in many people's sides. The queen of lying by omission. Allegedly. The mercante.
Money, print money, cash, money, wealth, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash, money, wealth, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
They're salty as the sea, calling us no-code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
There you go, King of the Monsters. There you go. Okay, so it does look like that Fox is streaming it. We will go, we got what? 15 more minutes of this. I'll be sure to up the speed a little bit.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And
How about this, King of the Monsters? You live stream it, and I'll be at a safe distance. Okay? I'll react to it.
where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me.
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's talking about internationally, and in regards to the use of force domestically and internationally. But Epstein rollout hasn't been great, Trump. It hasn't been great. Should get on that too. I know you're a busy man. I know you're very busy. But can you get on Pam Bondi's ass on that? Or replace her? Because damn, that was bad.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. it's actually very dangerous. It's a blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela? How does this operation affect your relationships with them when
Well,
it
in
comes
terms
to
of
oil and
China
drugs?
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil, probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that,
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Mr. President, are
Go
you
ahead,
saying
behind
that,
you, please.
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of
That
Venezuela?
you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened.
Here's kind of something that I'm thinking about. And I know that I said, 6 months I'm going to raise shit, but let's kind of talk this out a little bit. If in about a year, because let's be honest, Venezuela is a modern rendition of what socialism is. Like pure socialism, communism, right there, how badly it can go. If they can bounce back after 1 year with the United States involvement, if we actually do this right, that is a middle finger to all those progressives out there claiming that socialism's gonna, better their lives. Plane landing video is 8 minutes long. Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Hey, I'm also gonna make you a mod, Sean, so you can actually put out links in the chat.
Had we lost
Just
the
give me a
election,
sec.
the 2024 election, we suffered so badly when you look at the border from 2020. What they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids. And that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be
to
a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
In the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last week?
protected because nobody's going to mess with us. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
No problem, man.
Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world.
I'm really hoping that that's what happens. That this is just something that needed to happen and that'll be beneficial mutually between both countries. I do not, I know I keep saying this, I do not want this to be Afghanistan and Iraq all over again. I really do not want that. I'd say 99% of Americans do not want that. Because Jesus fucking Christ, we spent way too much money. I know that he was saying that the gas companies are going to be footing the bill to get those refineries back online. I really hope that they'll foot some of the bill to what they keep talking about, their infrastructure. I'm really hoping that we do not pay, or at least we get some a legit return back. Look, tariffs is one thing, and I know that the sanctions are still there on Venezuela. But please, dear God, because we're not getting our money back from Afghanistan or Iraq. We're not. We're not. Nothing is really coming from those. Nothing. So please, dear God, Trump, make it mutually beneficial. Please.
And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir, please, go ahead.
Is the message for Cuba and U.S. pronounced?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about, because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit. Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
The answer is yes. Yes. No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Well, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S.
If the vice president doesn't have support, then she's look. If the vice president doesn't have the support of the Venezuelan people, and she's essentially going to be a figurehead for us until they get new leadership in, and she also doesn't want to be indicted by the world or the United States government, sounds like she's going to be doing what we say.
The money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
But what does that mean, that the oil companies are spending money? I understand the refineries. Are they going to be pitching in a little bit too? This is going to be mutually beneficial for them, as well as the United States, as well as Venezuela. Can we get a little bit more detail on that, Trump, please? Please.
Coming out of the ground, we're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important.
Okay, well, hold on. Reimbursed for what? For the oil refineries, the military operation? What are we being reimbursed on? That's what I want to know. What are we being reimbursed on?
This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
God damn it.
What did you last speak?
I think negotiations are kind of over, Sean. We, in the kindest way, through military force, just fucked them up and told them, you're going to be doing what we say. So I would say it's not a negotiation, but that's going to be a process. The question is, where's the money going to come from in order for this, like, to be reimbursed? Like, are the Venezuelan peoples going to be taxed to reimburse us? Because I wouldn't want that. I don't want to put any fucking shit on Venezuela when we're trying to build them back up to have a cooperative relationship with the United States. Like, that's the shit I want to know. I mean, I love reimbursement, but when you put a country and its citizens in a position where it's like, hey, we saved you and you owe us, because that's how World War II started. We put major sanctions under Germany. The entire world did, and we told them, hey, now you owe us money. And we put them in a position where they were poor for almost a decade, and they had a little bit of resentment. So that's why I want to know why, no, not why. I want to know how this reimbursement is going to happen and how much of the tax dollars of the Venezuelan people are going to be responsible for it. Now, if he says that through the oil sales, under the oil sales that we're going to be in control of for at least the time being, and probably with coordinates with the oil companies. Now, if we do it that way, so it's mutually beneficial, I can see that. I can get on board with that. But the thing is, I want to hear those details. You know, I want to hear them, because I don't want to hear reimbursement and not ask from where. I think that's, I don't know. Is that reasonable? Chat, do you think that's reasonable? I think it's reasonable.
To Maduro about when you spoke, and is the
Well, I don't want to get
part
into
of
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are
Well,
different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt...
I don't know anything about Honduras or Chile, guys, so I'm not going to comment on this.
...that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied...
Hell, the United States definitely tried. Oh, God.
...it in great detail.
I mean, I will say that at least in South America, at least with its citizens, it seems like that at least moralities are more aligned. I mean, I think that's a complete, because when it goes to, when you look at Afghanistan and Iraq, a lot of moralities didn't align. Interests didn't align. So as long as the interests of the Venezuelan people and their moralities are as similar as they can be, yeah, the potential for this could be amazing. It really could be. Right now, the plane is taken off. The question is, how long is it going to take to land? And how good or bad is the landing going to be on all this?
I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
Okay, that's what he said. That's the reimbursement. But he's saying what damages? Let's get into the damages.
So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question.
The thing is, like, when he says damages, he was, again, way too vague on it. Are we talking about oil damages? Are we talking about the damages that the drug cartels? Like, how do you measure that? Like, are we just going to put a blank number on it? Are we going to say $1 trillion, $2 trillion, $100 billion? Like, what's the fucking number? What's the number?
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in
It's
which
about
case
Putin.
I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone-
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not.
I'm not
with
thrilled.
Putin. He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out.
Uh-oh, John.
I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace, so I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month 30,000? It was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And
Yes,
we send them a lot of
you got that
munitions,
going.
We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25,000, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big.
Thailand managed a new ceasefire on 26 or 25. Okay. Well, I have no idea whether or not like Trump was involved in that. We can look that up later. Right now, we're kind of focused on the whole Venezuela thing, but yeah.
Big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know.
Well, see, that's kind of one of the things I wonder, though. Like, so apparently Trump put an initial stop to it. It kind of broke out. And maybe they're able to, you know, subside again. But it wouldn't surprise me if, like, no, I don't think we have any sanctions on Thailand right now. It was bilateral. Okay. I mean, you would know a lot more than I would, since you are a man from Thailand living in Norway. So, which I remember when you started commenting on my stuff on X, and you were kind of explaining that. I'm like, that is the most unexpected thing I think I've ever heard. But I've always wanted to go to Thailand, and not for the reasons you think. I am not into those lady boys. All right, no lady boys allowed in my downstairs area. No. I want the ladies.
Much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise.
Holy shit.
It was incredible.
Shit. I
if
just
we had
got triggered.
Our people.
We got a gifted membership from IB the Eb. IB the EB. All right. Well, let's thank you for the gifted membership, and let's do a little celebration for you here. Thank you so much, IB. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Okay, we're almost done, and we're going to be looking at the plane landing after this. What, we got 1 more minute?
Like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, yeah, Shield Maiden. They got it. All right. Well, that was a press conference. It wasn't an hour and 45 minutes long. I myself, we started at like 57 minutes. 47 minutes, so it was about an hour long. Oh, God. Yeah. Thank you, EB. IB, EB. I don't think I've ever said your name out loud before. But yeah, Shield Maiden getting the, oh, hold on, where is it? Yep, getting the gifted membership. All right, I need to add new emojis. I need to do that next week. I need to add way more emoticons for the stream on like all of the platforms, which is, not gonna lie, guys, a pain in the ass, but I will eventually get it done. Resending since it blinked last time. There was a blank? Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. Hold on, I got it right here. All right. So let's see what Fox News has to say right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, I thought we were gonna see like a walkout. Okay, so not... Huh. Sorry about that, EB, but thank you so much for sending stuff in, man. I really do appreciate it. Oh, I think I know what it was. Hold on. I think I might know what it was. Hold on here. Was it on a different stream? Because I'm not seeing on this stream. Well, anyway, so obviously there's been discussion around the whole Venezuelan thing. And right off the bat, American bombs Venezuela captures Maduro. Americans versus people that are in Venezuela.
We're bombing Venezuela right now. It is 2:35 a.m. and Pete Kegsbro, fucking cosplay G.I. Joe, is literally bombing Venezuela. You guys didn't stop them when they were bombing.
Dude, this guy's losing his mind.
In the ocean.
Libre, freedom.
You didn't stop them when they fucking took a tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
Oh my God. Oh, man. Let's see. And on this, not a pleasant day for you. Not a great day. Based. All right. And continuing forward. Wait a minute. The mainstream media lied to us again. The people of Venezuela actually didn't like being ruled by a narco-terrorist. World Cup style celebrations are erupting all across Venezuela at the moment. Congratulations to the people of Venezuela. Que Dios te bendiga. And oh my God, we were just talking about ExxonMobil. The memes make themselves, man. The memes make themselves. All right. Let's see. Elon Musk here. I'm in the United States tonight and have only that passport no matter what. Okay. I don't know what. Why did I choose this? Or is this just a kind of a blank thing? Hold on. Okay. So we got Nick Freitas. If you don't know who Nick is, former Green Beret, representative of the state of West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. He has his own podcast, and he's also, I guess, he wouldn't want to be called an influencer, a content creator. Definitely check him out. I say this with all due respect to the real Donald Trump. When I thought this was a limited strike to go after Maduro, I was willing to defend it. But now that I hear that we'll be running Venezuela, I have some concerns. See? I told you. Concerns. Hold on. Let me see if I can I have a little special tool here. Okay, there we go. Fuck it. Okay. Because I've lived at the business end of this kind of foreign policy and it didn't work out well. That's what I've been saying. That's exactly what I've been saying. We have been here before. You better fucking don't fuck everybody again. Please, 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 please have a transition of power so that we can take our hands off of it. So Nick continues. So as a Trump supporter, I'm asking, why are we responsible for ensuring a proper transition to take place in Venezuela? Because oil. Like, I'm sorry. That's the reason why. Or at least that's probably an economic reason why. And that's not even including the whole drug cartel thing. How many troops are we dedicated to that venture? See, he's asking the right questions. He's asking the right questions. I'm like, how long? How's this reimbursement going to happen? Are we putting our thumb on the Venezuelan people? How long is the vice president going to be in power? How long are we going to fucking be there? How much? I mean, of course we want influence there, but how much is our thumb going to be on the scale so that they can have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Like, the questions. We need more specifics. Look, I know it's the very early days, but I really do hope that we get updates on this so that we don't have to worry about another Afghanistan, another Iraq, another, name a war, or not a war, depending on how you look at it. What do we consider a safe, secure, and independent Venezuela to even look like? How do we measure when we have achieved it? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Like, what are we going to do? Are we going to impede our power to Venezuela? Like, for how long? Until they have a new leadership? Till they have a democratic election? Like, when? When? Like, are we gonna like get them in there, kind of help them out a little bit, and then slowly get like, what is the timeline here? What's the timeline? How much blood and treasure are we willing to dedicate to this venture? What does the U.S. get out of this? I generally want to understand how this. Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know a little bit more specifics because, as I think Jean stated before, again, politician vagueness. Like, did we get a little bit more than the typical politician? I would say yes, but I really want to know the specifics. I want the updates, and here's kind of the upswing about it in my mind is that there's going to be people in Venezuela that are going to be posting on TikTok and YouTube, Instagram, all over social media, on X, and hopefully we'll get faster updates from them than we will on our government. Because if we get faster updates from the Venezuelan people through social media, then that's more of us being able to hold our own government and President Trump and Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth accountable for what's going on there. So that's what I'm really hoping, that outside of the government stuff, that there's this not dual citizenry, because God, I think a lot of that has fucked us over, at least in Congress. A cooperation between from citizen to citizen, from Venezuela to the United States. The more that the Venezuelans speak out, if the Trump administration's fucking up, or if, when we hand power over to the next administration, we need to be able to hold them accountable for Venezuela, as long as things are going well. Like, if there's a fuck up here or two, and it's understandable, we get it. Fuck ups happen, but we're still going to hold them accountable, right? So that's what I want to see. I want to see a venture between citizens between Venezuela and the United States so that we can actually prosper from what just happened moving forward. Freitas goes on. He says, it's not that there's no examples of successful foreign imposed regime change, but there are, but it usually requires a level of commitment and persistence that includes an incredible amount of blood and treasure, not to mention an overwhelming force. Venezuela is very different than the Middle Eastern country. And I did point that out, guys. I realized that. It brings different challenges, but have to be properly understood for it to work. For instance, Venezuela has incredibly challenging terrain and infrastructure, which Trump was talking about, issues that are very conducive to insurgent operations. So essentially, because of their terrain and infrastructure, it's going to be really hard to fight against people who are going to resist, like people from the former administration that followed Maduro, perhaps, maybe, obviously, the cartels as well. The current government and military elements are tied in closely, if not running the cartels. Took the words right out of my mouth, which means cartels and insurgent elements will have access to quality military equipment, explosive, etc. Well, I mean, with that being said, it sounds like that we've done quite a bit of damage cutting that off. But how much damage, I think, is the question. Man, Nick Freitas is such a fucking badass. Where do we anticipate the most organized resistance to come from, and will we be able to successfully control urban centers as well as rural areas that are harder to reach and control? Will the incoming administration have a military and police force capable of maintaining order and will be supportive of the new government, or will U.S. military power be required to prop up the new government, and if so, for how long? For how long? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being, as much as I say what I want, 3 to 6 months. Like, the more Nick talks, the more I go, oh my God. This is going to be 2 years plus, isn't it? This is going to be fucking 2 years plus of this shit. Hopefully it's good shit. But 2 years of fucking worrying about it. 2 years plus. Hell, maybe 10 of worrying about it. Even if things are going well, we're still going to be worried about it. We're still going to be wondering how much of our money is going over there. We're still going to be wondering how much we're getting back out of the out of the situation. How much oil is going to be benefiting? How much money because of the oil is going to be benefiting the United States, the Venezuelan people, and the United States people and citizens, and potentially across the world? How's this going to, how's this going to, how's China? How's Russia? How's Cuba going to be responding to this? Are we going to have to be going to Cuba in order to, get their influence out of Venezuela? Like, he's right. There's so many different aspects of this that, and maybe it's one of those things like, hey, we've thought a lot about this. We're just not telling you. Well, it sucks not to know. Okay. It sucks not to know. What are we going to be going after Cuba next? Is that going to be a regime change? I'm sorry, but I'd rather not. One regime change at a time. Okay? Can we at least make that promise? One regime change at a time. We all have TikTok ADHD now. So let's do one at a time, please. Venezuela is funding Cuba. Well, at least according to what that press conference was about, seems like that Cuba insurgents got in there and had their teeth into the government as well as the cartels. So Venezuela was funding Cuba because Cuba was in Venezuela, controlling that aspect of it. At least that's from what I am not politically savvy in regards to Venezuela and Cuba. But at least from the information that was given from that press conference, that's the thing that makes sense to me. That said, if it's true. So, these questions are these are questions of someone who has not only been educated and trained in these operations, but has conducted them on behalf of the U.S. government. So for people telling me to calm down, no, don't calm down. I'm fucking worried about this shit. You sound just like someone whose military experience has largely been acquired playing Call of Duty and has never had to pay any real price for failed American foreign policy. So you can quite literally piss the hell off. Yes, exactly. Fucking exactly. We deserve to ask questions. We have the right to ask questions, and we deserve as much transparency that can be given to us. And look, like I said, I understand that shit's gonna take time. I understand that, but we better get our fucking updates because we're certainly footing the bill for it. Hey, Catzilla. I know I'm back. I'm back after making this monstrosity of a Chrome extension, so I can do this. See, you can't see my DMs. Ha ha ha. You can't see my DMs. Let's see, what else can I do? Oh, I can do this. Yep. Can put a video there if we want. It's nice to see you, Deadly Catzilla. It's nice to see you. All right, moving forward. That's a whole different subject. Let's move that here. Okay, actually, let's get into this. Because like I said, I am not very well informed on Venezuelan politics. Some random white guy. Man, if I had a penny for every person that wanted to be a sniper because of Call of Duty, I would be rich. Oh, I guarantee it. They're thinking they're going to be able to do 180 snipers. 180 spins. Nope. Not how that works. I will say, like, those Call of Duty people, like know about guns when they see them. But other than that, they're just on the couch playing. And hey, nothing wrong with that. But that doesn't mean you understand, entire culture's military operation. Okay, U.S. federal charges, Department of Justice indictments. Maduro was first indicted in 2020 with a superseding indictment that unsealed on January 3rd, 2026. So today, expanding charges to include his wife. Okay, so I'm going to copy that because we're going to look that up here in a second. Celia Flores. They didn't have the same last name? Huh. The core allegations involve leading the Cartel de los Soles, perpetrating drug trafficking network within Venezuela military and government circles. So this is one of the things that Nick Freitas is talking about, is that these cartels are so embedded into the government and the military that Nick is like, how will we be certain that the cartel side of things is going to be eliminated out of the military force and the government? What's that going to look like? How will be at least 90% certain? And partnering with the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. Oh, great. Colombia's on here. A designated terrorist organization to traffic massive quantities of cocaine into the United States since at least 1999. Okay, so specific charges include narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation, conspiracy and drug trafficking, possession of machine guns and destructive devices in connection with arming the drug cartel operations. Okay. Corruption and sanctions evasions related to charges against associates for evading U.S. sanctions. So they're trying to work around that. So International Criminal Court. The ICC has an active investigation into alleged crimes against humanity in Venezuela since at least 2018, focusing on Maduro's government in response to protests and political oppositions. Allegations include murder, torture, SA, arbitrary detention and persecution, systematic repression by security forces, leading to hundreds of deaths and thousands of arrests during anti-government demonstrations. The investigation was formalized in 2021, so this is during the Biden administration, and resumed after appeals, with no charges filed against Maduro personally yet, but the probe targets high-level officials. And I don't care about his response. Okay. So we were right here. And of course, the judges involved in this can mess this up. That's my worry. Well, the thing is, in regards to that, like, it's really strange right now that one federal judge can, like, out of like 700 can hold up a military operation or a presidential decree. It's very strange that can happen. But at least right now, I mean, basically anything that a federal judge does that's batshit crazy, it seems like has been going straight to the Supreme Court. So I would suspect a lot of Supreme Court news coming after this. Bernie Sanders, my statement on President Trump's actions in Venezuela. Okay, let's take a look here. Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. The President of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war. He didn't take it to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. All right, at least he's admitting that. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end the illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. Okay. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. This brazen violation of internet. They were sending drugs into our fucking. Wow. And look, I want more clarification on whether they were literally sending prisoners and gang members, across our border. I want some more insight into that. But at the very least, they were clearly sending cocaine into our country. Trump's attack on Venezuela. Hold on. Hold on. This isn't working out because I'm over here. Okay. 1 second. There we go. All right. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. The brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any nation on earth that they may wish to attack another country to seize their resources or change their governments. This is the horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine. Really? You're going to make that distinction? You're going to... Bro. You're going to compare Putin with Donald Trump. Or just the Russian government with the United States government. It's not... Wow. Trump and his administration have often said they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, claiming the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. They have spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves. Well, one, because American companies are the ones that built it over there. So, yeah, don't we have an interest when American oil companies built it there and then they were chased out? They'd kind of want their investment to be, at the very least, used. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. He had 50... Hold on. So, Maduro, who was not elected, seized power, destroyed his economy, was involved in the cartels, was sending thousands, if not millions of, millions of dollars worth of cocaine and other drugs to our country, killing countless amount of people. Something had to be done. Bernie, that's what I want to know. What could have been done? Was Maduro going to release his power and pass it on? I kind of don't think so. Like, What was your solution, Bernie? I want to know. What was your solution? Okay, let's sit and wait. Let's let him keep coming over here, trying to kill our people. Yeah. What? Bernie, I really want to know. What was the alternative? And I'm already seeing Trump campaigned for president on an America First platform. He claimed to be a peace candidate. I mean, he stopped like 8 wars, but okay. At a time when 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Okay, I'm going to think this differently because this can be combined to a certain extent. At a time when 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, what does that have anything? Like, just simplifying it, what does that have anything to do with what we're talking about? When our healthcare is collapsed, what does that have anything? So let me get this, Bernie. You spend this entire time going over how you have TDS and Trump is bad. Okay. And then you go on your campaign platform. We've heard these talking points before. They're getting old, just like you, Bernie. Dude, I have a lot of respect for Bernie. I think he believes exactly what he believes in. But I'm getting really tired of his same old rhetoric when literally he's like, no, I'm not a socialist. I'm a social democrat. I'm sorry, Bernie. Look at Venezuela. That's what happens when there's too much socialism into our government, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Trump campaign to be president of America first when people cannot afford housing and when AI. Why can't they afford housing, Bernie? Yes, we can look at like American companies. We can also look at foreign companies and countries that are purchasing land all over the place. What are we looking at? BlackRock is purchasing all the fucking homes and renting them out to people. I don't see you doing anything about that in regards to Soros, dude. What you're gonna go to the sources and tell them to stop because you haven't. And guess what? Because we have so many illegal immigrants that are here that we're just allowing to stay here, that's upping the rent and the housing costs for the market for regular Americans. I grew up in the 90s, dude. In a small town. Like, the only people that I knew that had apartments were people in their mid to late 20s. Almost everyone I knew in their 30s owned a home. That I can't even think about owning a home. I can't even think about owning a home. You want to know what I think about? And I'm thinking about going to Thailand because it's significantly cheaper there with the United States dollar and living my life there as an American, as an expat. Well, I would still keep my, citizenship with the United States, and living my days there because I do not see live in an apartment there. Because honestly, here in the United States, you're absolutely right, Bernie. You're absolutely right. Paycheck to paycheck. But you ain't fucking doing a goddamn thing but taking more of my money. Because you want to know? Okay, let's go to Minnesota here for a second. This is why it pisses me off. So I was homeless for 7 months. 7 freaking months. All right? I spent 3 months of it sleeping outside on a college fucking campus. And I would go to campus and to use their Wi-Fi, I would go to their library. You want to know what I would pass? I'd pass all these college students that are protesting for Palestine. That's who I'd put. And I'm like, you know what? I would like a little bit of help. Didn't get any. You want to know what happened a week before I became homeless? I went to DHS and I said, hey, I'm going to be homeless next week. Could I have food stamps? You want to know they gave me 25 fucking bucks a month. And I'm like, well, I guess that's the way it is because I have a job. And then I go back. I forget why I went back. For some reason to DHS, like, I want to say 2 months, like after 3 months into being homeless. And I forget why, but, I gave him my EBD card, didn't hear from him. And literally a week before, I want to say a week before, a week after, I finally got into a home. I was no longer homeless. I was like, I get, $25 a month on EBT. Let's see how much is in there. It should be only, at this point, like maybe $125. There was over $800 there. They didn't even tell me that I got approved for more money. So I just spent and by the way, being homeless isn't cheap because you can't have, you don't have a kitchen. You can't cook for yourself. You're at the mercy of essentially 7-Eleven and fast food, during the day. And because the homeless shelter is only available at nighttime, like I easily spent probably $700 to $1,000 a month of my own money just on food because I had nothing else to do. And I was able to get that out essentially on my own, other than this. And then I look at Minnesota committing fraud, spending billions of dollars on people who aren't even citizens. And then you want to look at me. You want to look at the American people and go, give us more money. When you can't even fucking spend it right. You couldn't even spend it on your own fucking citizens. So how about we fix that first, Bernie, before you ask for any more money? I don't care if you're a billionaire. I don't care if you're the poorest of the poor. How about you just fix the fucking fraud that's in the government, okay? Actually, they did have a microwave. But where was I going to store the food? So I don't want to fucking hear it anymore, Bernie. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. Fuck off. Grass is greener on the other side. How about you fix the side everyone else is on? Yeah, remember it was the millionaires, now it's the billionaires ever since you became one, Bernie? Congratulations on your books. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Oh, did I do it twice? Okay. 3 times? Breaking. Cuba says it opposes the strikes carried out inside Venezuela. No way. No way. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right. Trunk tapes aim at Mexico's shin bomb after Venezuela's strike. Cartels are running Mexico.
I wonder, Mr. President, there, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop.
Yeah, yeah. Rich people who were never homeless making rules for people, right? Right?
So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico.
Oh, wait, are we talking about Mexico now? What?
And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please.
No. Dude, I just think of Consuelo from Family. No, Mr. President. No. No. See, like, Mexico does baffle me a little bit because it seems like the leader there, I don't know what's really going on with her. But as far as I can at least remember, she seems not corrupt, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But that just seems like the easiest like cooperation in the world. Hey, you're down south. People are running to our country because of the cartels. How about you get your military that isn't co-opted by the cartels, and we get our military and take them out? Or we can fucking do it for you. It's a win-win. We'll put up the costs so our Americans don't die. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I need lemon pledge.
So we have to do something because
She's backed by the cartels? God damn it. God damn it. Mexico, if you would have had oil. Man. Man, on it. Like, okay, let's just see what's going on.
we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the guy?
No.
The content president. Oh, you mean me? You mean me not, saying something that's not very PC? Is that what you mean?
Taking out
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable, and those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what?
Take out Maduro kind of implies something. We took him out of power and abducted him. But if we want to say take out, yeah, sure. Okay, you know what? I'll take that.
What was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect, and we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and then all of a sudden it opened up, and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress. Actually, he was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because...
You think? That general you had on the podium said... Wait, hold on. We had nobody... Does he mean Americans or does he mean in general? Because what? Jean was saying that the reports are all over the place and that, it's estimated 80 Venezuelan soldiers...
killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape.
He's talking about us.
That we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war. Okay, if you look. And we had to do it. But
I believe he's talking about all the drug overdoses and stuff like that. And the thing is, and the thing is that if you guys live in, any sort of, I don't want to say town, but okay, let's just say 50,000 people or more in your town, in your city, and you have 100 methed out people who steal and cheat and need help. You guys know the amount of damage those people can do, even though they need help, if they're just constantly released on the streets over and over and over again. And I'll tell you, I saw him. I told you I reported a guy on the street throwing sticks at people. Released a day or two later. And the guy is, and when I say it's obvious that he should not be on the street, that he needs help, or at least some sort of like person to look after him, some sort of institution. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, a lot of people say, there's a reason why people say make asylums great again, because I'm sorry. Look, it's not the 1980s anymore. It's not the 1990s. One flew of the cuckoo's nest. Majority of those things don't happen in just the regular mental institutions we have. Is there probably corruption? Is there abuse? Yes. There isn't an industry in the entire world that doesn't have some sort of abuse in it. But Jesus fucking Christ. How does it serve anybody? How does it serve the public to have these guys be roaming around and in tents in parks where kids are supposed to be playing? It doesn't. So that's 300,000 people dying. How many people are even more affected? It's in the millions. It's in the millions of people that are affected that aren't even doing drugs. They're trying to live their lives. Businesses that get broken into, houses that get broken into, and then we release them over and over and over and over again. Oh, he means a drug war? Okay, that makes sense. Well, wars end, right?
Was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space, where it's solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Man, they even sounds like they thought of everything. Like, even if he would have gotten into his safe house within that compound, like, we were just ready to be like, yeah, you're still coming out. But that's also a dangerous thing too, because you'd have to be in the middle of that operation, and that means his compound from outside forces would have been coming in. And I wonder how much time that would have taken.
Mr. President, your war on narcoterrorism from our southern border and beyond clearly will save American lives. Moving forward for Venezuela, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people now that you have removed Maduro so that he can face American justice?
Well, we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much. And we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, have a great relationship. I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. They were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. They couldn't have.
Again, like Nick Freitas was saying, we need more details, man. We need more of a plan. And I get that, like, some of that has to be behind closed doors to a certain extent. But, man, give us a goddamn roadmap. Map. I don't know why I said map that way.
Been worse. It was a terrible thing that was taking place in Venezuela. But look, tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands.
See, that's the thing. I want to see some evidence of direct correlation to that. And maybe I'm just ignorant of that, and maybe there has been information. Again, I am not very, very well versed in Venezuelan politics. Oh, God damn it.
The people into our country. And that is just unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, and, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs was bad. What he did with a lot of other things was bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers. And they emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kaylee.
How much do I know about Maduro and the
every
geopolitical situation in Venezuela?
Or set your DVR. Also,
all I know is that essentially, I remember the last election and how essentially the guy who rose to power, Maduro, wasn't duly elected and essentially took over. And that's about all I know. So I'm getting a crash course today, Digital Wild Card. I'm gonna crash course today. Yeah, crash course today. Hold on one second, guys. I do need to take a quick potty break. So if you can give me just about 1 minute, take a look at some ladies while I do that. Okay. All right. What's next here? What's next? Yeah, just go ahead and put in the chat to Alucard if you got it.
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you're just joining us this morning, we have major breaking news. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. forces. President Trump confirming the large-scale U.S. military operation overnight.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife face drug and weapons charges in the U.S. And about 20 minutes ago, Vice President J.D. Vance revealing President Trump offered Maduro multiple off-ramps.
All this comes after explosions rocked the capital of Caracas and surrounding states early this morning. President Trump is expected to hold a news conference from...
Okay, we already saw a new news conference in that. Hold on.
Incredible the equipment we have is. I mean,
okay, let's skip ahead. Let's see here. Dem outrage erupts after Trump strikes Venezuela.
I want to bring in Hugh Hewitt, former...
Well, we had a hint of that with Bernie. And I had my little rant.
Mr. White House counsel and Fox News contributor Hugh, good morning to you. A stunning operation overnight. You were former White House counsel. And as I suspected we were likely going to see this morning, Democrats are coming out and challenging the legality of this operation. We already have Congressman Jim McGovern saying that this was unjustified, that was carried out, and that it was not authority. He said, without all...
You want to know what I think, guys? I don't care. And what I mean by that is I don't care what they have to say anymore. I mean, I used to have the woke mind virus, and I don't care. I'm sorry. You cried wolf so many times. I believed you so many freaking times. And it did not pan out for me. I had to learn at some point. Do I know the legalities of this? No, I don't. I don't know the international, consequences or positives of it, like full on, full through. But want to know something? I have learned just not to trust anybody that is a politician or a bureaucrat in the Democratic Party. I just don't. They have failed over and over and over and over again, gaslighting us to oblivion, telling us that we're racist, telling us that we're bigots, or at least their supporters are. Oh, no, wait. No, the politicians are doing that themselves. So no, I do not care. I don't care what they have to say anymore. I just care about the stupid ideas that they have and that they don't get them passed. Oh. Okay. Page doesn't exist. Hold on one second. I don't think you sent me the full link, dude. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Oh, wait, I did see this video. Yeah, hold on. 1 second. Let's break it down. Yeah, I saw this.
My extended family. Okay. As a Venezuelan American, I got some shit to say. My
Let me hear
family,
it.
my parents, my sister, my extended family, all lost everything. Their work, their savings, their investments, gone. Wiped out by a narco dictatorship that has held Venezuela in a death grip for over 25 years.
Jesus.
And what happened to my family has happened to millions. And yes, millions. The Venezuelan exodus is the second largest displacement crisis on earth after Syria. This is not just a tragedy.
So it was bad. No one was winning. No one was succeeding. Only the ones in power and the ones in the cartel. And guess what? Guess what poor people are going to do? Eventually, they're going to have to make money. People get desperate, or they're forced into the cartel, whether they like it or not. People need to get paid. And if you have an economic situation that does not help or benefit you, I could see people going to the dark side. So that's why you got to cut it off at its head. So yeah, like it kind of goes back to whatever Democrats are saying. I really don't fucking care. I don't care anymore. I mean, I care to fight them verbally, but I don't care. I don't believe them anymore. I just don't.
Tragedy. It is one of the great humanitarian disasters of our time. But the suffering doesn't end there. This regime has jailed hundreds of political prisoners. Thousands have been murdered simply for speaking out. More than a third of the population has fled. 1/3.
Hold on. A third? Let's bring up the calculator. You guys won't be able to see it, but... Oh, God damn it. Okay, you guys won't be able to see it, but 1 second. Let's see here. Let's do this. What is the population of Venezuela? Okay. So we're looking at, let's just say 31 million. $10 million people have left. Oh, video's echoing on your side? Hold on, let me take a look here. So about 10 million people apparently left Venezuela. That's not a sign that a country's going well.
Not for better opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see the issue. God damn it.
Or for the American dream, but to survive, to live, because staying often means death. And while the world may see Venezuela as a collapsed state,
no, I fixed it.
What it is in reality is an occupied one. Our territory, our natural resources, and our institutions have been overrun by hostile foreign powers. Iranian militias, Chinese corporations, Russian intelligence, all exploiting our country with impunity.
So essentially, it was a free-for-all. Malnutrition rate in Venezuela is 17.6%. Jesus Christ. Yeah, why didn't anyone tell me this entire time? I've been having shit play. I would have fixed it. I just didn't see it. I had two tracks on it, so yeah. Whoops.
Venezuela is no longer just a local crisis. It is now a geopolitical threat that endangers the entire Western Hemisphere. It has become a launch pad for an authoritarian expansion in the Americas. And in the midst of all of this,
So he's essentially is like, dude, this affects everybody. It's not just Venezuela that's screwing us over. It's China, it's Russia, or any other bad actors from foreign governments that essentially just want to take what they can get and not give a crap of what's going on with the people there. That's according to this guy.
Woman has dared to lead the charge for freedom. Maria Corina Machado. In 2024, against every odd, she led a peaceful democratic uprising that won the election. Her team smuggled physical voting receipts out of the...
Big.
But now some have questioned her decision to dedicate her Nobel Prize to Donald Trump. How symbolic and personal that recognition is to him. And precisely because of that, she understood that this gesture might be the thing that...
My buffering? Let me take a look here. It says my stream health is good on YouTube. Oh, nope. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, stream buffering and froze for 20 seconds. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I probably should have put this at 30 frames per second and not 60. Okay, let's see here. I don't know. It could be that just a lot of people are covering this, but you never know.
Keeps his attention focused on Venezuela at a time when U.S. presence and pressure in the Caribbean is rising. She didn't dedicate that award to flatter him. She did it to protect and preserve the one kind of power that could help shift the course of history. Because for her, this isn't about pride. It's not about optics. It's about freedom. And let's be very clear. Maria Corina is not asking for the U.S. to invade Venezuela. She's not campaigning for war. Venezuela is already invaded. It is held hostage by a narco state, overrun by foreign agents and enemies of democracy, Russians, Iranians, Chinese, all operating freely, weaponizing our land and resources to expand their influence across Latin America. What Maria Corina is calling for, what millions of Venezuelans are praying for, is the support of the only military on earth capable of countering that threat and helping to free our people. This is not imperialism. This is liberation. She's not playing partisan games. She's playing for Venezuela's life. Because this isn't theoretical. This isn't academic. This is life or death. So yes, it is time to honor her bravery, but more importantly, it is time for the world, especially the free world, to recognize what's at stake. The fight for Venezuela is a fight for freedom, for democracy, and for the stability of an entire continent. If we truly care about liberty, human dignity, and peace in the Americas, then Venezuela's fight must matter to all of us. Que viva Venezuela, que viva María Corina Machado.
Respond to that, Bernie. Like, fuck. While Venezuelans struggling to eat, Maduro flew to Miami to eat at a salt bar. Jesus Christ. Look, I know that America hasn't been doing so well and we're recovering from a lot of shit, but I think it is important to recognize that a lot of other countries like Venezuela have been getting the shit kicked out of them way worse and for a lot longer. I mean, hopefully we can rebuild, you know, to normalcy. Man, Venezuelans, from what he's saying, from what this guy's saying, Rafael, I think, sounds like it's not even normalcy. It's just food on the table. Can someone please get the cartel out? Can we end this? So I don't know. Like I'm being informed on a lot of shit today, guys. I'm being informed on a lot of shit, and from the sounds of it, Venezuela seems to be a hotbed for a lot of corruption, for a lot of things that affect us in the United States and across the globe. And if that is the case, and just like Nick Freitas was saying, dude, we need a plan. Can you please tell us what the plan is? At least a roadmap. How long are we going to be occupying this country? How long till their next election? How buddy-buddy are you going to be with the vice president? Like, even with those concerns there, sounds like the Venezuelans were fucking desperate. All right. All right, let's see. You know what? Let's free ball it. Let's free ball it. Let's see what's going on here. Today's news. Okay. U.S. forces capture Maduro's wife. Okay, let's see what people are saying here. Oh my God. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Top post. 2.5 million views from Benjamin Netanyahu. Congratulations, President Donald Trump, for your bold and historic leadership on behalf of freedom and justice. I salute your divisive resolve and the brilliant actions of your brave soldiers. Benjamin Netanyahu, I have mixed feelings on this guy so much. And I it's just, for me, it just, at some point, dude, can you just defend your own country? That would be great. That'd be great. I mean, hey, but I don't want to give any more money to other countries. Get your shit together, Israel. Please. Please. I'm asking nicely. I don't know who that is. Doge designer. The people of Venezuela are thanking President Trump. The people of Venezuela are thanking the United States. The people of Venezuela are celebrating on the streets.
Venezuela. These are historical. This is history in the making. It really is. My chest, it feels like it's going to explode with joy because after a lot of emotion. I mean, before I was even born, they're not just
Dude, there's way too many voices going on in that. A former McDonald's worker just liberated Venezuela. We've come so far. The American dream is real. Yeah, I know it's too soon for a roadmap. And I talked about this earlier, that you really don't know until we get there, right? We really don't know. So this is going to be kind of shooting by the fly, but hopefully, at least here's the response. And here's Benny Johnson right here. Massive crowds have been taken to the streets of Venezuela to celebrate President Trump's capture of dictator Nicolas Maduro. Someone should show this to the Democrats and corporate media. You know what? Let's just share the love. Share the love here. Let's see what else. Wait, America has. Oh, it's a PAC. Wait, what? What the fuck is this? PAC founded by Elon Musk to support. Oh my god. Wait, is this him? Oh, breaking. First, President Trump releases first image of Nicolas Maduro in U.S. custody after. Dude, they put blinders on him and gave him a water bottle. Let's see. Oh no. No. I'm not falling for that. I just learned about this yesterday. Not falling for it. Wait, hold on. What? I don't get the meme there. I did see this earlier. Come get me, cowards. Well, they did. Oh, look who came into the chat, guys. Nicolas Maduro just came into the chat. Dude, I think that I think that is probably Sylv, because he's the only fucking person that watches me on Twitch. Dude, if you grabbed that, keep it. You have to keep it. Sylv, if that's you, you have to keep it. Oh no, we're hearing directly from Nicolas Maduro. I might be cooked. Fuck. I don't know. Looks here like you have a nice little water bottle. You can dose yourself off. Oh my god. Oh yes, please.
As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. As you can.
Internet, never change. Internet, please never change. I love you too much. Don't ever change. Did someone? I'm guessing someone followed or something on. For some reason, if someone follows on Twitch or, I think I turned that off. I know my bar to the left of me is like good. Oh man, the memes. What else we got? Oh man, he's gonna be his. Oh no. Oh come on. Okay. All right, let's see what else is going on here. But yeah, let's spread that around. Okay, breaking. Maduro was arrested before a single person in the Epstein files. Oh. Oof. Level 11 stage of fine. Yeah. Scott Jennings, the only badass on CNN. Maduro, the only illegal alien Dems don't want to bring to the U.S. Bro. Come on. Okay, I've never heard of these people. Let's see. They are an independent media company bringing you unparalleled coverage of all things geopolitical. Okay, they're followed by a friend of mine. So, okay. Russia calls for the United States to release Nicolas Maduro. Let's take a look. The Moscow Times. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look here. I have no idea what. Okay, so 7 hours ago. Moscow Times? I don't want to look into that. Al Jazeera? I don't know. I'm not very convinced that Russia's saying anything, but let's take a look at this. Russia urges U.S. to release. Okay. Russia on Saturday urged the U.S. to release President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, who were captured by there. Let's see here. Foreign Ministry said it was acting in the light of confirmed reports that Maduro and his wife are in the U.S. urging American leaders to reconsider this position. I wonder why they'd want to reconsider. Kind of sounds like that Russia was taking advantage of them, and they'd like their patsy to stay in power. If this is true, I've never been on Al Jazeera, so BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, China. Oh yeah, that's right. Duh. Was not computing. The ministry also bat calls it. Yeah, this is too early. It's too early to know if this is legit. Yeah, I don't know if that's legit or not. It's too early. Let's see. Let's get out of there. Let's get out of there. Fucking Bernie. Where were we? Okay, that's been there. Fuck, where was I? Let's see. Demonstrators set fire to the United States flag on Place de la Repubblica in Paris during the rally against the American military intervention. France. Come on. France. How many third worlders are in your town right now destroying Paris? Oh, Kyle's taking advantage. Kyle's taking advantage of me right now. All right. Let's see what you got, Kyle. I have a feeling. I've got a feeling. Let's see here. Just give me a second. I wasn't in my Discord. It was turned off. Give me 1 sec. Oh, no. You didn't. 1 second, guys. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. All right. This will just take me a second, boys. This will just take me a second. Let's do display capture. 1 second. Wait, why am I doing this? Why am I doing that when I could do this? Oh, I can't. That's why. Okay. Never mind. Okay, we'll bring it back up. Oh, fuck. Wrong one. God damn it. Professional streamer here. Professional streamer. There we go. And then let's put that right here. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, I gotta add an audio track. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what you got, Kyle.
Welcome to our Quality Leering Center, where dreams grow big and questions linger.
Hold on. We can actually... There we go. Right here. We can see the lyrics.
Welcome to our Quality Leering Center,
white painted walls, toys on the floor. Sign says open doors, unlock wide open. More finger paint dry, swings don't sway. Lunch bell rings, but no one came today. Crayon sharp, books untouched. Staff all clocked in, numbers crunched. Small so wide for a tour at 10, but nobody small ever walks in then. We got forms, fees, and government grants. But nobody here's got tiny pants.
Oh, man.
Where are the children? Where are the kids? Daycare's full on paper, but empty as shit. Where are the children? We're looking around. Welcome to our quality learning center. Spell check never found.
Oh, no.
Tours every week, funding rolls, photo stage for the oversight scrolls, sign-in sheets filled neat and clean. Funny thing no one's ever seen. Playground pristine, sandbox new, no scrape knees, no lost shoes. Snack budget high, juice boxes stacked. Expiration dates the only thing attacked. Attendance perfect, numbers divine. Just don't ask where the kids come from or why. Where are the children? Where'd they go? The math ain't mathin', but the money says hello. Where are the children? Just curious friend. It's hard to teach toddlers when the toddlers don't attend.
Overly happy.
Here at Quality Learning Center,
We believe every child matters, especially the imaginary ones.
Wait, never mind.
No fingerprints on the slide, no drawings stuck to the fridge inside, no nap time cries, no ABCs,
Just spreadsheets, audits, and empty seats. Where are the children at? Answer the call. You can't run a daycare with no kids at all. Where are the children at? This place is wild. Welcome to our quality learning center, now featuring zero child. Quality learning center. Quality learning center. Quality learning center. Learning optional. Children pending.
Dude. Hold on. Dude, wait. Do you have, Kyle, do you have this on YouTube yet? Kyle, like, dude, like, as soon as you can, dude, either just have the lyrics on YouTube or, have the lyrics on YouTube or like create an AI music video and just put it, tag Nick Shirley on X. Dude, I think this could blow up. This you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like one of those punk rock anthems back in like the mid 2000s. Yeah, you say that you have a version, just not that version. Okay. So, dude, like, make a video like right now, like as soon as you can, and post it on X. Dude, I think that shit will go wild. And tag Nick Shirley. Dude, that. Oh, I need to sign in. Nope. Not doing that. Not showing you guys my email. But dude, yes. You need to absolutely do that. And if you have like an AI music video, that'll even make it even better. I'll definitely share the shit out of it. Okay, though that was awesome. That was Kyle Barra with his new Child Learning Center anthem. All right, let's get out Bernie here. Where were we? Venezuela. Is this where we're at? Okay. Demonstrator set fire. Why? Oh, it's because we got fucktards. That's why. We got fucktards around. You know what's been upsetting? You see this like wheel on my mouse? That's been there the entirety of the stream. And I don't know what it's trying to load. Like, not even a little bit. But yeah, I can care less about Paris, France. I covered like their immigration problem like 2 months ago, and it's all fucked. Like, local businesses are being like hemorrhaged out of the tourism because of all the crime that's been going on. Like, literally, let's see, it was someone who works with Turning Point USA that was doing the investigation in Paris. Like, literally, just drugs being like handed out on the street. It's fucking insane. New woman whose older brother was killed in Venezuela starts bawling, thanks President Trump for capturing Nicolas Maduro. So many years waiting for this, she said in Miami, Florida. We've been... Okay, let's just watch the...
Llorando. ¿Cómo se siente? Cuéntanos por qué llora.
Felicidad, tantos años esperar esto, Señor. Gracias, Señor. Ay, Dios mío, esta es una alegría inmensa. Gracias, Señor. Gracias al presidente de Estados Unidos. Yo solo estoy esperando hace años. Cómo he sufrido, cómo no han hecho daño, cómo han matado a mis hermanos. Ay, esto ha sido horrible, mira.
¿Cuántos años tiene usted aquí en los Estados Unidos? ¿Hace cuánto se fue de Venezuela?
Ay, tenemos aquí 8 años ya.
8 years? Jesus. Man, I wonder if like I wonder if she's one of those legit asylum seekers. Because if that's the case, like I can only imagine like the weight off of her shoulders right now.
8 años porque nos mataron al hermano mayor y fue fuerte, hermano. Secuestraron a mis hermanos, eso fue fuerte.
See, like I was saying before, people will be forced to work for the cartel. We've known that for years. And I don't know, like maybe here in the United States, like, I mean, we get a lot of the aftermath with all the drugs. But man, I can only imagine how many of the Venezuelan people are just like, dude, finally something. And hey, this may turn out bad. It could. Like, let's be real. It could. But at least something happened.
Y doy gracias a Dios por todo esto, porque ha sido fuerte.
Muchas gracias. ¿Su nombre?
Yajaira.
¿De qué parte de Venezuela?
De Maracaibo.
De Maracaibo. ¿Y qué le dice a las personas que están viendo en este momento toda esta emoción de los venezolanos, a los venezolanos que han sido el centro de atención de las noticias, tanto por lo que ocurre en Venezuela como por el éxodo de los venezolanos, los migrantes venezolanos?
Fuerza, que sí se puede, que tuvieran más y fe, como yo tengo 27 años esperando esto, que sí se puede, que tengan esperanza de todo, que vamos a ser un país libre, próspero y que todos vamos a salir a disfrutar este momento.
You know what's even better? Man. Sorry, guys. I actually was a little emotional watching that. I know you can't see my face, but you know what? I know we talk about freedom and American exceptionalism and man, can you imagine like if this all really does work out? If Venezuelans can have the same pride in their country like we have in ours. If this all works out, then fucking great for them, man. I mean, therefore I am. Let's see here. That's live. This is a message from my American friends. Hold on.
This is a message for my American friends watching the news today in English. There is a serious inaccuracy in the coverage. Venezuela is not undergoing a regime change. Venezuela already has a democratically elected president, Edmundo González. He is the president. Nicolás Maduro is not the president. He never was.
Oh yeah, because the fraudulent election, he just took power.
He stole the last election and led a criminal organization linked to terrorism and drug trafficking. El Cartel de los Soles. And today, thanks to the vision and courage of the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the decisive leadership of the President Donald Trump, and the actions of Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the United States has finally recognized a fundamental truth.
I think we did more than just recognize.
Protecting our hemisphere from terrorism, drug cartels, and authoritarian ideologies is a matter of national security for the United States.
Isn't it great for other citizens of other countries to speak well of the United States again? Like, do you ever hear that from European nations other than people suffering in England? Like Tommy Robinson? It's nice to hear that from someone within our hemisphere, right? That's pretty fucking awesome. Yep, and they're celebrating Maduro's capture. Galaxy Red, the green platform seems to not be working right now. It seems nobody's channel blight or The green platform? Try to refresh, dude. Hold on. Let me take a look. The green platform's not working. Is it? Hold on. God damn it, Rumble. Hold on.
No offense, but if you're paying more than $30 per month on car insurance,
It says 4 viewers
you're
are
getting
waiting.
ripped off.
This is the only thing you need to know about vision problems. Did you know vision loss, even 2200, is a complete...
What the frick? Stream settings. I don't have a placeholder video. I don't know why it still says I'm gaming. Let's turn it to no, it'll change my YouTube shit if I change that. What the fuck, Rumble? Rumble, I swear to God. Fix your goddamn shit. Like, what the hell? Hold on. Let me take a look. It says I'm live for 4 hours. Says my stream's running. What the hell? Is there something? Oh, degraded. What? It says that. Yeah, something's going on in Rumble where the link says that's degraded. And I don't know what that means. Let me try something. Preferences. Lower the bit rate a little bit. What the? God damn it, Rumble. Let's see here. Settings. Destinations. Says I'm connected on managing destinations, but it says I'm degraded when I'm actually on the Rumble Studio. Okay, connecting. Yeah, I'm sorry for anybody that's over on Rumble right now. I don't even know what I'm sorry, everybody on Rumble. Rumble just likes to, apparently, I use their multi-stream system and they won't even prioritize their own fucking streams. Yeah, this is a Rumble problem. God, that is so fucking stupid. That's so dumb. All right, thank you, Kyle. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. Like, people were on Rumble and they're like, oh no, like they're not saying anything because they can't say anything. That is so, god damn it. I should have looked into it. Yeah, that's how I multi-stream. I multi-stream through their Rumble. That is, god damn it. That is so fucking dumb. Anyway. Did you see what someone did to Smash? What do you mean? Did what to Smash? I don't know either, man. It could be that it could be the same reason why my YouTube was buffering earlier. It could be just all of the news just overloading their servers. What? Are you fucking serious? Hold on. Can you send that to me on X, dude? Or on Discord, whichever one? Bitrate. I'm on. Oh, actually, I did lower it. How about we go to? Let's up it to 7,000. I was doing around 6,500. I sent it on Discord. Okay. Holy shit. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, wait a minute. Was this guy trying to be Was he just trying to be funny? I think this guy was just trying to be funny. What? Oh, wait a minute. Is it like a parody account? Super strange. Weird. People are fucking weird, dude. Let's see here. Let's see. See if there's any other updates. Oh, wait, that's live. News. Arrives in New York. Arrives in New York. He suits the haircut. Stop it. We already saw that. All right, we got 19 minutes ago. Let's see what's going on here.
So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a
Maduro from power and removed hacking Venezuela early Saturday morning, carrying out military strikes, capturing President Maduro. And
we've seen this before. I don't know. Maybe we should I don't know. Maybe we should move away from the Venezuela stuff. Oh, you know what? Let's react to actually. I don't want to affect his views right now, but I'm gonna put in the chat. Good friend of the channel, Clinic. Most of his views come in within the first 24 or 48 hours. So maybe, oh wait, I can't stream tomorrow. Next stream will be, I'm still trying to figure out my streaming schedule because right now, streaming is definitely going to be happening Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays. But it's for commentary streams, it's the Monday, Tuesdays that are a little tricky for me. But we'll figure that out. But that is a friend of the channel, Clinic. Please go check him out. Subscribe to him. He's fucking awesome. He's British. Let's see here. People are still going on about Rev's glasses. I don't understand. Oh, deep humor.
So France has started an initiative to ban social media for everybody under 15 starting September 2026.
Age identification.
I know what you're thinking. This doesn't affect me. I don't live in France. Yes, it does. It's going to spread to your country eventually or the state that you live in. And unlike most other cases, we actually have a video of the president of the country.
Huh. Interesting shadow there. Weird. After we just saw the Smash JT thing.
Country. Speaking about this, justifying and explaining why they're going to try to do this. But before we get to that, let's kind of get into the details of the ban. So just like Australia, in fact, they basically say that they were inspired by Australia. Pretty much the entire continent of Europe is considering getting rid of social media.
Why? This is what happens when people don't understand the internet. This is what happens when people don't understand the internet. Oh, let's you know, hey guys, let's do digital identification. Let's put age caps. It's like, dude, you're gonna be doing more harm than good doing this shit. Give it to the parents. The parents. And then parents will be like, oh, it's too hard. Give them a fucking flip phone. You should have more rights over your kids than the fucking government does. Okay, yeah, just take away like my privacy and my freedom so that because you can't fucking control your kid. That sounds like a fucking you problem.
Media for people who are 15 or under or 16 or under. Countries are following.
What? Seriously? In Norway, minors under 16 need to show their ID if they want to buy energy drinks. I have no words. Do they need IDs to buy candy bars? Like, what? Wow.
With the UK having like huge age verification laws, France is now going to be getting involved as well. People are trying to fight against this, talking about online privacy because, they are logical, but, a lot of people are just trying to justify this being like, oh, but what about the kids? What about the kids? But if they're going to try to do it with only ID age verification instead of, letting parents do their jobs, this is going to be a hacker's playground in terms of the amount of information that they can get. But the draft bill, which I know people are going to be like, oh, it's just a bill, it hasn't passed yet. True, but I mean, if the president himself is saying he supports it, then it's likely to pass. It aims to...
That is so dumb. The thing is, they're like, well, we're inspired by Australia. And literally, day one, all the teenagers went, that was easy. Dude, trying to control the internet at this large of a scale is an impossible endeavor. And all you're ever going to do, just like you said, it's going to be a hacker's paradise. Because this isn't it's not segmented information. So look, I'm not saying to trust corporations. Like corporations and the government, don't trust out of them. They have services and they have their own agenda. They want your money. Okay? That is plain and simple. But here's kind of the benefit under our fucked up systems. Okay? Here's the benefit. When it comes to Apple, Google, our banking institutions, all that shit, at least it's segmented. So, there's going to be 5 million people with Wells Fargo. It's probably more, but with your local credit union, there's probably, maybe a few 100,000 there. Like, shit is segmented, and there's several different kinds of security systems within that segmentation. So that means that hackers literally would have to go one place at a time. And what governments are proposing, which is the dumbest shit in the world, is like, hey, our entire population of all of our citizens, let's put them into one big system so that it could be accessed at any time. And it's connected to all their banking information. It's connected to all their social networks. What could possibly go wrong? Man, people are retarded. The thing is, what's really funny is that even if you look at England, they're like, hey, let's do all this. And Ofcom and its subsidiaries are even admitting, we don't know if we can even do this safely. Like it's, oh man, this is so frustrating.
Prohibit minors under 15 from creating accounts or using major social media services without stringent age verification. So again, with the whole creating accounts thing. YouTube, as flawed as they are, released a great statement against Australia about their 16 and under social media ban, where they were talking about the fact that kids are not going to be able to make accounts on social media is actually going to harm them way more than if they are able to make accounts, because websites like YouTube, even though they are flawed and they need a lot of work, they actually do have means to protect kids on the website. There are restricted modes. You can actually have like parental control over an account.
The one time YouTube is right. This is the one time where YouTube is right. And hey, YouTube, just listen here. It's kind of like you listened for once to creators when you made this statement. You should probably start practicing that a little bit more. Because in this case, yes, are they right that this is going to cause more harm than good? They're absolutely right. But let's not be foolish, ladies and gentlemen. They're also going to be missing out on a lot of money doing this. So just as much as this statement is true, it's still self-serving for YouTube. It absolutely is. John says, I was only 14 when I joined X. I didn't use it until Elon bought it. I joined it back in 2013, 14. It was when I know that At Midnight has come back out, but God, I forget what the host's name is. Chris something. He was the host of Talking Dead. He was doing At Midnight, and they would do online Twitter stuff, and that's when I came in onto Twitter or X.
Because remember, the kids are not going to stop using YouTube in France. They will still use it. They'll find a way with a VPN or whatever, and they just can watch YouTube while being logged out. So if they're logged out, and I've talked about this in many other videos before, then YouTube is going to be the Wild West. There's so much nudity on YouTube that can actually be prevented and not seen through YouTube's restricted mode. So the very thing that they're claiming to do, which is, oh, it's for the kids and protect the kids, it's all bullcrap. All they want to do is collect our data and control the masses. They just want to collect that sweet biometric data, sell it all. And Europe is proposing this whole system of having everyone have digital ID anyway. So this is more about control than anything else. But from what I've read, France is trying to go a step further than pretty much any other country has, because Australia obviously went 16 under. France is going under 15, and apparently they're going to be requiring everybody to have robust age checking mechanisms, or they're going to have to face some hefty fines. And
can you imagine? Well, the thing is, like, with this idea that means anybody at a certain age needs to wait, what the fuck? Wait, read this here. Beyond the ban, the legislation includes provisions for a digital curfew. I'm sorry, France. Like, how can we keep saying this? Will you stop trying? Europe, will you stop trying to turn into China? We would really appreciate it. A digital wallet is available in Greece. Well, the thing is, like, there's a whole bunch of different types of digital wallets. And the thing is, it's like you just said, Weeping Hero, it's not mandatory, but it exists. So if people want it, they can. What they're doing right now is forcing it. And the thing is, what they're also kind of ensuing is kind of implying is that they want to give digital IDs for children at the age of 15. Between the ages of 15 and 18, there's going to be a completely different ID until they turn 18 or 19. Because it's weird that they said 15 to 18. So I wonder if they consider an adult different. Anyway, can you imagine the amount of crap a 15 to 18-year-old does online, even with a restricted thing? Because then all their information is in that one big system that hackers get into and ruin teens' lives. These guys are fucking dumb. Dumb. We like to think that politicians are like smarter than us or above us, and no, they're just people. They're dumb people. They're just as dumb as us. They just specialize in different kind of retardation.
there's also going to be a, quote, digital curfew for teens aged 15 to 18, restricting access during overnight hours and an outright prohibition on mobile phones in high schools. So even the people who were thought...
See, I don't mind this. You don't want mobile phones in high schools? That's fine. I understand that. That seems reasonable. But everything else is not reasonable. And the thing is, it shouldn't be a government thing. That should be a school thing. You know what I mean? Like, so if it's more so of a problem at one school, doesn't mean you punish another school. Europe and China like to cooperate with each other. Most countries want to cooperate with each other for economic benefit. Economic benefit is different than the ideals of the Western world. And the ideals, at least in the Western world that I grew up in, was not fucking this. Wasn't fucking this.
To escape the law, people who are 15 and older, they're going to be like, sorry, buddy. Also, you guys also can't use your phone during certain hours of the day and stuff like that. And again, that's all fine, but that should be a parent's job and a parent's jurisdiction to enforce on their kids, not the freaking government. The more you try to create restrictive laws about social media and using a phone, the more people are going to rebel and use VPNs and try to circumvent it anyways. But the governments who want to take everybody's information and control us all, they know all this type of stuff. So instead, what they do is they try to cater to the parents who are like, do you want your kids to be depressed? Do you want your kids to hurt themselves because they saw somebody on Instagram going to...
Dude, this sounds like the... This sounds like the fucking trans thing. Like, would you rather a trans child or a dead child? Like, dude, look, I understand, especially with teenage girls, that they're more susceptible of negative emotion, and you can definitely see that in the rise of bulimia, anorexia, beauty standards. Like, I understand that. But the thing is, it's not the fucking government's job to regulate that. I'm sorry. Sydney Sweeney has the right to post a bikini picture on Instagram. It's up to the parent to not give their kid a fucking cell phone. Give him a dumb phone. You don't have to give him a smartphone. Hell, you can even put parental restrictions on phones. Believe it or not. You want to know what a really great program would be? You know what? How about your government just starts a website and shows all the different services? Hell, you can partner with Apple, you can partner with Google, you can partner with all these other carrier companies to inform the public, inform parents, hey, are you giving a smartphone to your 12-year-old child? Well, here's some things that you can do to mitigate all these things. If you want to block Facebook, if you want to block Twitter, if you want to block Instagram, you can do that on their phone. If you want to track what's going on there, hey, here's a service that does that. And there's a lot of free programs that do that. But instead of educating the population and parents, hey, we're just going to make it so much harder for you to have your privacy online because we don't like when 15-year-olds look at pictures of kernels of corn, right? Like, this is so fucking dumb.
To a birthday party that they weren't invited to. Well, we really care about your kids, so what we need you to do is hand over that ID so we can have all your information. I mean, so we can protect your kids. Sorry, little autocorrect there. It's all bullshit. They keep trying to say this whole protecting the kids thing, but we know it's bullshit. We know what they're trying to do. They're actually trying to ban VPNs right now, pretty much across Europe, to prevent people from circumventing this law as well. But before I keep yapping, let's go listen to France's president and what he has to say about this social media ban.
France is preparing a major crackdown on children's screen time and social media use. The French government is moving towards a ban on social media access for children under the age of 15. The new restrictions are expected to come into force by September next year. The proposal is strongly backed by President Emmanuel Macron, who's made the digital protection of minors a priority for France. The French Parliament is expected to begin debating the proposal as early as this month. President Macron says unrestricted access to social media exposes children to inappropriate content, cyberbullying, and disruptions to sleep patterns.
You are not their parents, you dumb fuck.
But you only get unrestricted access to social media if your parents or guardians are dumb and they don't ever try to restrict you from using your phone all day. I really hate that excuse that these guys use of, oh, you know, you have unrestricted access to social media, you could be seeing a lot of bad stuff. Well, the problem is if your freaking parents don't want to do their jobs, then of course you're going to get addicted to the internet and social media.
So when we speak about cyberbullying, when we speak about being exposed to pornography, when we speak about having some mental disease, and etc., etc.
when we talk about alcohol, when we talk about drugs, when we talk... The laws can only do so much. It is the parent's job. Because alcohol, I have to go out into the world. I have to hand over an ID. That doesn't work the same way online. Sometimes it does, but you don't want it you don't want it all jumbled up in one system. God damn. Yeah, right? Like, fuck. You talk about yourself, you can't parent your kid? Wait, does Macron have kids? I don't know. Everyone says that his wife's a man. So I don't know. Well, not everyone. Candace Owens does. But oh man.
I mean, let's be clear. This is exactly made by these platforms to your children.
Whose job is it supposed to be to regulate the kids' social media use anyways? The parents, right? So when you're saying, oh, you know, it's the Wild West, the kids are going to get exposed to all this.
It is not the Wild West anymore. Everyone remembers the internet when it was the Wild West. You think everyone calls people racist, nowadays for no reason? Oh man, racist shit was being said 15 years ago. Everyone knows so much racist shit was being said. Now, of course, like a lot of that was just joking trolls, but holy crap, the shit that people got away with back in the day online is unfathomable. Yes, like has the internet grown and morphed to like we're in the Web 3 era now, but but the platforms have an incentive to keep kids safe. They do. They can't do it all. They cannot parent for the parents. Like a good example, like Smash JT and J Viper. They talk about what they do all the time. They have, all the restrictions. They know exactly what their kids are on. They have access to all of their devices and so on and so forth. They have timers and everything. And this off the top of my head, there might be a few things that I'm getting wrong, but they're involved parents. They're involved parents. As long as you are an involved parent, then you should be fine. And yes, I get it. I get it. There's I grew up with a single mom. She couldn't track me of every day of the week. Okay? But if I know her even a little bit, because she's actually decently tech savvy, she would have been like, oh, well, just turn this on, and it would have been fine. Well, Twitch is dude, yeah, oh my God. Twitch, it's almost like they want to fail. I think Twitch is just wanting to fail. Can you imagine? Like right now, let's be clear. As Macron said, let's be clear. Twitch at this point is just an Amazon tax write-off. They've never made money. They've never made money. If you can't handle having kids, don't have kids. That is the way. That always is an option. That always is an option.
Dangerous stuff and adult content. Do a parent and a guardian not exist anymore? Does no parent or guardian want to do their jobs nowadays of actually just taking care of their kids? It's such a ridiculous argument to make where it's like, okay, so basically the kids are getting exposed to bad stuff on the internet. Therefore, everybody has to hand over an ID so we can go ahead and make sure.
I love like when you hear this, right? While also at the same time, because remember, I used to be homeless. I never slept in the park. What I did is I pretended to be a college student during the summer, and I went on campus, and I kind of slept against a tree with a backpack as my pillow. And I just looked like any other college student. That's what I did. That's what I did. And then you have, all these homeless encampments going on, and they're like, so that's what makes it hilarious. On one hand, they're like, look at all the dangerous stuff that's online. And I go, look at your fucking park. Can you clean the park up first? Then I can trust, maybe I can trust you with a sliver of the internet. Maybe.
And protect the kids. They're going to even take the kids' IDs as well if they have them to determine if they're older or under 15.
That wasn't his point, John. That wasn't his point.
15, and a lot of these websites and countries and whatever, they're also going to be doing facial recognition systems with AI. So basically, you're going to have to submit some biometric data in the form of a photo or a video as well. So it gets to the point where these freaking countries and websites are, a lot of these social media websites that are doing age verification are handled by some sort of third-party thing. Anyways, they are a gold mine for hacking. Think about how many people have already been hacked through the whole Discord hack thing, through the T-app getting hacked. It's just such an insane argument to make that we're trying to protect kids, therefore hand over all of your information. Come on now. And again, to everybody who thinks, oh, this is in France, it's not going to affect my country, it's not going to affect my state, this is going global. Look down over here and see all the other countries and states and whatever are going to be doing something similar to this. Age verification, facial recognition, digital IDs, whatever. This is a whole global thing that's going on right now, and they just keep using the guise of protecting the kids, and that's how they're going to keep tricking these.
Protect the kids to steal your rights. Protect the kids to steal your privacy. Protect the kids so we can have biometric data all over the place. Protect the kids so we can record your information. Protect the kids so we always know where you are. Damn. Just damn. It's almost like they want to be able to not have a warrant. It's kind of what that tells me.
Parents in all of these polls, whenever these news organizations talk about this type of stuff, they always show polls where the parents are like in overwhelming support of all this age verification stuff, and it's just so annoying because their parents are either dumb and they don't understand what's actually going to happen here, or they don't care and they are willing to risk the privacy of everybody.
They'll support something until they realize too late that how much it'll affect them. In this case, are there probably lazy parents that are all for this? Yeah, sure. I think majority of them are just ignorant. They just think this law is just going to affect kids. It's not. It's going to affect everybody. Even if they do pass this law in France, I can't wait till it starts affecting government officials. Maybe they'll learn twice.
Just because they have the inability to parent their own children. And this is becoming increasingly more frustrating to me because it seems like I said in my last video, this was like a hot topic in August when it was happening on YouTube. But now that it's not newsworthy and now that not everyone's not freaking out about age verification anymore, people don't seem to give a shit about this. Even, I've been looking at other people's age verification videos across YouTube and stuff like that. A lot of our numbers are dropping in terms of views and stuff like that. Unfortunately, people don't give a shit about this. People don't care. Here's the Australian Prime Minister talking about it too and trying to justify it, saying, oh, we need to protect our kids. I showed a clip of him the other day where he was talking to two women where the younger woman was saying, oh, can't we just use VPNs to circumvent this anyways? And then he's like, oh, we're going to find that out too. We're going to make sure that you can't circumvent this law. So it just gets...
We're going to make sure that you can't have any privacy whatsoever. Look, all of technology is a double-edged sword. A knife can be used to protect yourself. It could also be used to attack an innocent person. All tech and technology, all that means is man-made. That's all that means. I know that we like to think of technology now as like the digital space. No, a wrench is technology, okay? Anything that is helpful for the world that is man-made can be used for good and bad. Now, we can make reasonable steps to mitigate the bad stuff. But when it starts to trample over your fucking rights and your privacy, you're going to be looking at a revolution. I mean, what was that country recently that the country shut down? What was it? Indonesia or some shit like that, where they shut down social media and a revolt happened. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Most governments do think that they're untouchable. Well, most politicians think they're untouchable. probably the only... No. All governments is just institutions of people trying to do a thing. Whether it's trying to get power, whether it's trying to make money, whether it's to make a difference in the world. That's all it is. It's just people doing something for the sake of doing it. Because last time I checked, when was the last time you saw a government go, "Hey, our government's good now. We don't even need to exist anymore." It's never happened. Never happened. Well, mainly because we have to worry about all the other countries, but have you ever thought about that? See you later, Shield Mania. Thank you for stopping by, man. I really do. Nepal, thank you. When has a government ever said, you know what? All of our policies are pretty good right now. I guess we just need to, protect the border and make sure the mail runs, and every once in a while check up on some corporations, and we're good. No, never happened. Never will happen. Every government is the same in one aspect and one aspect only. It's a bunch of people just trying to do stuff. And incentives vary.
To the point where this is all about control. The people who are trying to make videos about this and spread awareness about this, like myself, like I said, I've been seeing it on YouTube. Our numbers are dropping. People don't seem to give a shit about this anymore. So if you guys could do me a favor and leave a like on the video and leave a comment for the algorithm. I mean, I guess in my case, it makes sense. I'm boring. I don't make good points. The videos aren't well edited, but whatever. I mean, I just want people to know about this whole thing, because I am telling you right now, if all of these countries and states pass these age verification laws, even if you guys want to fight it later down in the line, it'll be too late. How the fuck are you going to fight a law that literally every country and state has implemented? We have,
because once that is implemented, think how it's amazing how fast an idea like this and a law can be passed. But how long does it take to reverse it? And with something like this, once the cat is out of the bag, good luck putting it back in. Good fucking luck.
Have to do it right now when it's not currently active. Every single social media that you can think of is either going to have some sort of age verification law soon or already does. Every single website soon is going to have this as well. They are proposing having age verification on Google search. I know what people are thinking. These are just bills. They haven't passed, whatever. But the fact that they're being proposed across every single Congress across the world shows that this is a mass takeover of trying to take away all of our privacy as a collective, as a unit, as human beings, not just people in America, not just people in France. Everywhere on planet Earth, they are trying to implement age verification. If we want to go somewhere that doesn't have age verification, we're all gonna have to move to Antarctica at this point. But then again, if a fucking penguin shows up and wants to talk to us, they're probably gonna try to verify our age first. I mean, dude, it has gotten crazy at this point. I mean, I don't think people understand how bad this is becoming and how bad it will become. But yeah, let me know what you guys' thoughts are on the situation in the comments. France is trying to ban social media for people under 15. Please leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe for more. See ya.
All right, let's see if there's any updates on X. And everything's freezing.
I'm having a great time right now. It's been 30 minutes of holy. You ever feel like Windows just...
Don't do that. Bad computer. Dude. My computer's freezing up. Ugh. Well, oh, there we go. Let's see. Statues are being toppled in Venezuela. For years, the Church of Venezuela has been fasting, praying, and crying out for God of deliverance. The removal of Maduro was the answer to their prayers. Okay. Well, for some reason or another, my computer is just deciding to take a shit. Probably needs to be restarted. So we are going to try to find... Oh, hey, they got him on nice coffee hour. Good for them. Let's see who's live right now. Let's see. We got Stark of Iron, Wicked Virtue, Kirsha. You know what? Let's do Starkcast. Starkcast sounds good. All right. Let me get you guys prepared for that. Just takes me a second to to get them going. Give me 1 second. Man, I wish YouTube would make it easier to raid people. You have to go through like a menu system. And it sucks. It really sucks. Okay, right there. Boom. Well, Vera has enough viewers. No offense to her. She has enough viewers. Maybe another time, though. Maybe another time. Let's see here. Redirect. And StarCast. All right. And let's see if the... Is Rumble working yet? Nope. Still not working. God damn it. Let's see. Are you fucking kidding me? You are not live. Rumble's telling me I'm not live. Okay, I guess I can't. Oh, well, no one's on Rumble anyways. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to send you guys over to StarCast. But first, we always have to have our credit scenes. And remember, you are somebody, I am nobody. I should be back later tonight for some more Hollow Knight, maybe in an hour or so. I'm just going to take a short break. So if you want to come back and watch my ass get kicked, I'm down for that. But in the meantime, let's do some credits. And then, well, no, remember, my Rumble isn't working, Galaxy. My Rumble isn't working. How about next stream, Kyle B? If sometime next week, I promise. No tier 2 required. All right, let me get you guys over to the credits, and then I'll send you over to StarCast.